Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, gays and days. Welcome to Memoriam.
Hi.
Hi. An actual play stream where three eccentric friends team up to fight monsters when they realize they're the only ones who can remember that the monsters existed in the first place. And yes, happy Pride Month. I've got my reppin'. Proud.
Love you.
Pride, love you too. I love all of you. I love all of you here on the stream, especially all of you in the chat. Everybody else can fuck off. No, it's good to see you guys back here. I can't believe it's been a month already since we last hung out with Alexis and Marcos and Dr. Von Steelmen and Lil Dainty.
Lil Dainty.
But it has been a month. We are now in the summer months for Nolly Creek, and business has been a bit slower. I think it's fair to say, for the Paranormal Hunters Association of Little Island Cove and or for our heroes. There have been a few referrals here and there from some of your past cases. Nothing of particular import, nothing particularly paranormal either, which had been a problem prior to the events of our first episode. However, your most consistent client from a financial perspective, and the most consistent referrals have still come from Leonard, who was the client in episode 1, for those of you that remember that. On this particular...
Was that Leonard, was it Alabastard?
Yes, that was Leonard Alabaster, or Alabastard, as Alexis, as you called him. Exactly. On this particular day, I think what we will we'll zoom in on a typical Saturday, late afternoon, early evening for our heroes, which probably finds Marcos trying to drum up some business, finds Alexis busying himself some pastime or a nonsensical activity, and Dr. Steelman perhaps engaged in some manner of investigation, scientific inquiry. Regardless, he is locked away in his lab. And I think we're just going to jump right in here. So I'm going to press this button to start the timer. As you get, Marcos, you get a ping from the website that you set up for your company, for the organization. That
already?
Yeah, that someone has filled out an investigation request form.
Okay.
And I'm going to show this to you all, and I don't know how it's going to work. I've never used a PDF on this site before.
You just got to load it.
Yeah, it worked.
Okay, so it says to load. I'm going to hop over
Beep.
to this then. Okay. There we are.
Hi.
All right, so you guys can see that you have an investigation request form filled out from one Penny Hawthorne. There's contact information, some description of paranormal activities. As we know, the calendar, the in-universe calendar, follows ours quite closely. So we've got a start date of 6/19. It happened a few days ago initially. As you're reading through this, you also get an email pings up from Leonard, who says, essentially, I've directed someone your way, a friend, an acquaintance that I met while furniture shopping. That might be something you'll want to check out.
I don't have to reply to him.
No,
Kind of
no.
just like, we got the job, so like, that's fine. I just like close the email.
Yeah.
And we're just
See?
reading it.
Yeah, I'm just like speed reading it. Sounds like a ghosty.
Should do you want to go like just read it for the important bits for the? I don't. It's probably not easy to read on a stream.
Well, we can role play it out. I imagine Alexis comes over to bother me at some point.
What you looking at?
We just got a request form. Sounds
Let
like
me
someone's
see.
being haunted. Yeah. So looks like Penny Hawthorne over at Hawthorne Haven sounds kind of wealthy. Is getting floating objects, faces, apparitions, eerie sounds every day, starting a couple days ago. We got an address, though it's a person's house, so I don't think we can just bust in investigating if Penny's still hanging around.
It's oh,
Detailed description. It's my shop, a furniture boutique. Oh. It's a freestanding building between the Walmart and the old Blockbuster.
whoa! I don't know how to get there because it's about 30 years ago.
Okay, so her boutique is being haunted. Um, I think that's all we got. She has a nice signature.
Yeah, it's clean.
You want to go fill in the old man?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, where's the old man? That's
Dr.
my
Von
age, but bigger.
Dr. Von Steelman is back in his like little laboratory area, and right now the doors are closed, but he doesn't seem to know
Are you,
if anything's going on.
are you concentrating on something really closely?
I mean, probably have to go see.
I go busting in as soon as the door's open. Do I call you Von Steelman?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I'd probably call you by maybe one of the few people that would just call you by whatever your first name is.
It wouldn't be something like Metalhead or something like that.
Yeah, maybe a
Metalhead.
nickname or Doc.
Yeah, I would think a nickname.
Or
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll figure that out. I'll just come in right now and just be like, "Hey, nerd, guess what? We got a new customer."
As soon as you bust in the door, what you see is Dr. Von Steelman is kind of
Naked.
sitting back. Yep, totally naked.
Happy
His
Pride
sleeve
Month.
is like
a big
exposed.
robotic wang.
No, but what you do see is Dr. Von Steelman's kind of laying back in a chair. That's typically a chair he sits in, but at this point it's kind of like a dentist chair, and Dainty is standing on top of him, just kind of like quickly moving from place to place. It looks as though she's doing some sort of like upgrades, but she's got like the pink heart, and the pink eyes are kind of like pulsing and very, very bright, and she doesn't seem to acknowledge you until you make that big old entrance in the "Well, hey!" And then as soon
Hi, hey guys, I didn't know you were coming. Hold on a second.
and then she just kind of quickly pushes a couple of things, and then Dr. Von Steelman's like eyes light back up purple again, and he sits vertical.
What the heck?
Oh,
Are you okay?
yes, I'm fine. What seems to be the matter?
Somebody's being haunted, I think, by ghosts. Here, look. And I shove the piece of paper over to him.
Yes. Okay. We should get to work then.
Yeah, let's bust some ghosts. Okay, so
Blockbuster, huh?
yeah,
Block.
I'm pretty sure it's where the ghosts are coming from.
The place is definitely dead.
Okay, so we should probably figure out since it sounds kind of ghosty, what we need to investigate this.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I know. We could look. We could learn a little bit about Hawthorne's Haven.
Yeah. All right. Excellent. So how are you guys going to? What are you guys doing
What
to
time
research?
is it?
In game?
Yeah.
In game, it is. I would say it is early afternoon.
We can see if it's open, right? Like the establishment. It might be little hauntings that are happening in the evening or something, and now we can go talk to people there and look around and stuff. I don't know.
Perhaps we should discuss with the proprietor of the
Yeah, we can go or call.
Yeah.
Had you followed up yet, Marcos?
You do have a phone number and an address, so either of those would be possible.
Excellent.
I'll take a moment real quick to look up what oh wait, did it say what it is? Oh yeah, it's a furniture boutique.
Yes, a boutique.
I'd like to ask your advice for a moment, Marcos.
Yes.
What do you think we should inquire about?
Truth be told, the way that the request form was filled out is pretty detailed, especially because it's listed as like every day, and she didn't even list like any other specifics of how frequently. I think she told us all she can with the request form. I say we go in. I think we'll find
Excellent.
more on location than we will calling her just to have a repeat of all the information.
Do you agree, Alexis?
Yeah, let's get over there. Oh.
I will say, paranormal science has kind of come a long way. So, Steelman, I say you bring some technical doodads to zap the place, get some senses, radars, whatever, whatever. And Lil Spooky, I say you use your magic to see if you can potentially call out to this thing.
I don't think I can. I have to.
Well, I don't know
have to
you're,
see a
like,
thing
legit.
No, it's okay. I have
Yeah.
to see a thing first.
Yeah, I don't know the legit. Well, Marcos doesn't know the legit aspects of it, but clearly you've made connections before. So he's just like, just do your little spooky thing and connect to it or something. I don't call out to it. That's my in-game way of telling you. Try and spot it and then connect to it.
Yeah. Well,
I'd like to use. Excellent.
I'd like to use my fabrication workshop, if I may, to try to find like an extrasensory perception device.
Oh, okay.
If
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah, for sure. So let me. We've got that. I just threw that up there for the audience to take a look at. You can roll plus weird. On a 10 plus, you make it. On a 7 to 9, you. Oh, you can make it and plenty of it. On a 7 to 9, you can make it, but barely. And on a miss, you get the wrong thing. So roll
Here we go.
plus weird. Okay.
Oh.
7. You do get
Um,
a
Would
plus 1.
Isn't there a 1 forward from Marcos on
You
that?
get a plus 1 from the often right because you asked for Marcos' advice and you are acting on that advice. That gets you to an 8, still in that 7 to 9 range, which is you can make it, but only barely. So what I think makes sense in this context for that is that you do have something. You're not sure how many times it's going to work.
Perfect.
So whenever you use that device as part of an investigative mystery, there will be a chance of it breaking.
I don't know. I do have a magic spell that I could see another place or time, which I'd need to look back at a blockbuster. But I would probably not risk casting a spell to see if everything was okay over there when I could just use the phone number and call and just see if it's open.
That's true. You could also, like, I think someone said they were Googling it, right? Or
Well, I was gonna look up what a kind of
oh, that's right.
establishment it was, but yeah, I would look and see if they're open and their open hours online. But it's they're not gonna update their hours of operation if they vacated quickly for a haunting. But I can you know what? He's just gonna call real quick. He's gonna call the establishment, maybe not the number that's listed on there. He's just gonna call the main number for the Haven place.
Okay. Yeah. So, Alexis, you pick up the phone, you dial.
Beep, 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 beep.
It rings a few times. Oh man, I wish I had a soundboard for a sound for ringing phones. Hold on, give me two seconds. 2 seconds. Let me see if I do have.
I'm gonna need some hold music, and don't forget to let me know that my call is important and to pay attention because the options have changed.
Dude. Oh no, I don't have one. Okay. So the phone rings for a few rings, and you hear a click as the phone is picked up, and a voice says, "Yes, thank you for calling Hawthorne's Haven. This is Penny. How may I help you?"
Hello. I was just calling to see if you have any futons.
If we have any futons. I don't have any futons in stock at the moment. What is the purpose of the piece that you're looking for?
For sitting and or sleeping. How late are you opened today?
I will be here until 8 p.m. today, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope you have a beautiful day.
Yes, and you as well.
Bye.
Bye.
Marcus,
Okay,
face
okay.
calming in the corner over here.
They're open. Let's go.
But before we
Good
go,
job,
can I
little
do?
guy.
Can I have Dainty do a search for like similar reports within the area or something along those lines, forms and stuff? But using my laboratory like research thing, or is that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I guess would that be like the smart house? Yeah. So roll to investigate a mystery.
And then +1 forward on the list. Yeah.
Yep, and you get a +1. So you roll plus sharp.
I only get experience for it once though.
But you get +1.
Hey.
Which means you get to hold one and ask one of the questions. So it's not thanks to Dainty, basically, thanks to the smart house, thanks to Dainty doing the work for you. It is not a complete failure. That's too harsh of a term. I shouldn't say that. You are able to hold one. You can ask what happened here, what sort of creature is it, what can it do, what can hurt it. Well, what you are asking is,
yeah.
Is there anything else, any other reports like this?
Or any other information related to like reports, just kind of like what is there anything that anyone knows, I suppose was the intention, but I guess that doesn't quite match up with
That's okay. Mystery. That's all right. We can fudge that a little bit.
How about my intention is to find out what can it do? Or actually, no. Actually, I think more appropriate. What sort of creature would it be if we could find that information out? There you go.
Okay. So through your searching, what you do find, there are a fair number of complaints, we'll call it. So let's imagine something like a next door without quite so much white supremacy. So there's a forum that folks are using to talk about the various areas, and you learn a little bit about von Steelmen may already have had some knowledge of the area that is referenced by the forum of Conrad Plaza, This was once a fairly affluent part of town when the town was growing and thriving, has since fallen into not quite disrepute, but there's not as much growth there. All of the money that left town mostly left from there. So there has not been a great deal of net new investment there. Most of what's there are old businesses, hence why there's still a Blockbuster there. But that isn't open. The old Blockbuster meaning it's not open anymore. So there are folks complaining about there being ruffians, say, or about there being wild dogs, or about the lights shutting off at inopportune times. There's general complaints like that. Not necessarily anyone else that you can find on on your searches through those forums complaining about ghostly activities.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else that you guys would like to do? I know you mentioned wanting to get over there, so I don't want to hold you up, but I also don't want to force you along.
Shall we?
What?
Shall we?
Shall we?
Absolutely.
All right.
I'll bring the car around.
Yeah, so you all pile into the... I was thinking about what this should be called. Someone referred to it in, last week as the Mystery Mobile, I think, sarcastically. We should think of a name for it at some point. You bring the van around, everyone piles in, and you set off. If you're looking at the map, Conard Plaza is on the west side of town near the double looping intersection. So between the the intersection between two of the interstates that pass through Nolly Creek. It's very prime real estate, which is why it was so prized back when Nolly Creek was a growing and bustling township. So you set off in that direction, heading out of the downtown area. It takes you, say, about 25-30 minutes to get there. So by the time you're there, it is about 2 or so in the afternoon, and you find the referenced Walmart and Blockbuster, and in between them is nestled a nice, clearly an establishment that has been here for quite some time, but that is well loved, well cared for, with the title or the sign above it that reads Hawthorne's Haven.
Okay.
I'll do all the talking with the person. Don't muck it up with your weirdness, pointing at Alexis.
Yeah.
Or
yeah, you nerd.
your weirdness.
Yeah.
So I go straight to Penny, and before I even really enter the play spell, I'm like, also don't break anything. We don't got the money for that.
No promises.
I mean, that's fair.
So, I'll go straight up to Penny. Tell me what I see going in the place.
All right, you walk in. It is crowded is probably the first word that would come to mind as you enter. If you've ever been in an antique shop that is stacked floor to ceiling with lots of different oddities and curios and bits of furniture trying to maximize the real estate, that's sort of the vibe here, but it is a bit more organized, and the pieces are treated with a bit more care than that. They're not, literally stacked on top of one another. There's a a bit of a labyrinthine sense as you make your way around each of these pieces. You also get the sense, there's not a particular theme, so you'll have certain types of wood next to completely other. You'll have a cherry piece next to a piece that's oak, next to a piece that's birch, next to a steel piece, next to a plastic, not plastics, next to a stone table, and it's a very eclectic combination of things, but each piece individually is respectable. I mean, Marcos, you've seen a lot of different furniture in your time in the hospitality industry, and these are quality pieces. Whoever has put this collection together obviously knows what they're doing. You eventually manage to escape out of the maze, as it were, and find Ms.
Are they tight?
Hawthorne?
Like Hall? Like, does it tight? Am I gonna have trouble not bumping into this stuff?
It's a tight fit for Dr. von Steelman. It's not impassable. It's not too wide.
I was told not to break stuff, so.
You were, that's true. It's not too wide. You'll be able to navigate, but you wouldn't want to try and sprint through here, that's for sure. Also, as you sort of come around the last armoire, let's say, to finally see the counter where the business is transacted, you also hear, "Argh!" And in front of you, you see Penny Hawthorne. She's a woman who looks to be in maybe her mid to late 50s. Her hair is in kind of a messy updo, and she's wearing like kind of retro dress with a modern flair. This like apron, like a leather worker's apron kind of a thing on top of her a basic cotton dress. It's a very strange combination of things. And over her shoulder, you can see an open cage with a very colorful macaw sitting in it, just sitting and kind of looking around. And when you make eye contact with it, it says, "Hello." And Penny turns.
Wait, did it say something, or did it just make a sound?
It said hello.
Oh, okay. I think it cut out.
Okay, yeah, my mic doesn't like when I do that voice, I noticed. But it says, "Hello!" And Penny says, "Oh, hello, how are you?"
Hey,
Welcome.
quick question, because
Yep.
I want to get close, but not interrupt anything. What's the most fun-looking chair to sit in where I can still see what's going on?
Oh, man. You know what? This place has such a wild combination of things. You name it, it's
right.
there. You pick what Alexis would love the most.
You know those, it's almost kind of like a wood wickery kind of thing. It's like a big old loop, and then there's like a cradle of a chair that's sort of like swinging in it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? It's got like a big old cushion on it, and it can swerve and swing around. He goes and sits on that and just sort of like sips on his sippy cup and rocks back and forth. And he's watching. I think he's also going to want to sort of, poke around. I can't decide between Penny or the parrot, but do some telepathy, and just kind of.
Okay.
But not, I'm not. I don't want to like roll for anything right now, but just so you have a heads up.
Okay.
That, yeah.
We'll keep in mind. You can pick as it progresses. You just let me know whose brain you want to tap into.
Hi, my name is Marcos. I recently received a form that you seem to have sent in regarding
Oh.
some sensitive business matters. Would this
Oh,
be a good time to
yes.
talk?
Yes, absolutely. You're from the Paranormal Hunters Association, I presume.
Correct.
It's very, very responsive. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, of course. Are you comfortable having this conversation here?
Sure. Yes.
Because
Absolutely.
I look around like there's people around. But whatever, okay. I lean in. I'm like, so go ahead and give me a little more detail about the circumstances.
Well, it's the strangest thing. So a few days ago, Monday, I guess it was, I was here working on trying to procure a piece for a client, and I started to hear this sound, almost like a music box. Almost. I do have a few pieces, so I didn't think anything of it at first. But it continued, and then I noticed that it was moving. It was changing where it was in the store. So then I thought, well, maybe it was Poppy playing some kind of prank on me, but no. I mean, Poppy was in her cage, so it couldn't be that. And so I tried to find where it was coming from. Tried to walk through the store and look for it, and that's when I saw this. I don't know how else to say it, but I saw a face. I saw a face through the screening in behind the screen of one of the vanities that we have just over there. She points to a corner of the store, just over there. Through one of the vanities, I could see a face, and it seemed to be lit up almost. And then I got closer. I looked behind. I tried to see who it was, and there wasn't anything. There wasn't anything there. So I just figured maybe I was, working late or overtired or something. So I just went to bed and resolved to deal with it later. But I've had similar things happen every night since. And then a couple days ago, I had a client, a very nice gentleman, in looking for a dining table, and he mentioned that he knew of had some friends that worked in paranormal investigations, and but anyway, that's how I came to be aware of you. So I thought I might as well see if there was anything to it, I guess.
Yeah, of course. Now, you mentioned seeing a face. Did it look familiar to you at all?
I don't think so. It's difficult to say for sure. It was through the screen. It was on the other side of the screen, and so I could only see bits of it. So I don't think it was anyone I knew.
Well, obviously we can't make any conclusions just yet. However, with your permission, we'd like to stay overnight, see if we can catch a glimpse of these activities.
Oh, sure. Yes, that's absolutely fine. And feel free to look around.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Now, while that was happening, Alexis, were you probing anyone or anything telepathically?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to see if I could get see her visual of, the stuff that she saw, rather than having her just say, I saw a face, see if I could see what she was seeing as she was describing it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So go ahead and roll to... that sounds like investigate a mystery, I think.
Yeah, I just have to find where I put all those things. One of these days I'm going to remember how all this works. As me, I'm an actor. I click me.
You are an actor.
Investigate. I'm acting right now. I pretended like I didn't know what I was doing, but I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I did roll an 8.
You roll an 8, which is partial success. That means that you can hold 1. And in this case, I guess the closest thing to what you're asking is either like what happened here actually is almost exactly what you're asking. So you get flashes of her recollection as she is describing it to Marcos. Largely, it matches. One thing that is a bit different is that to Marcos, she doesn't go into detail on any of the other events. She just says it happened every night. But when she says that, there are flashes in her mind as she remembers some of those other things. And so you do see a couple of other things. So you do see another moment where she saw a face, this time not behind the screen. This time it was against the front window. You see another one where there is this lamp which seems to like levitate. It just seems to like lift up off of the table that it's on and float suspended in the air for a second or two and then drop back down. So you see a couple of other flashes of other things that have happened before her memory rolls forward, and then you see Leonard's face when she starts talking about, I met this guy who knew some paranormal investigators and so forth.
Yeah. Then she mentioned in the form the sort of like floating stuff and
Yes.
weird stuff. Okay.
If we've kind of like stepped away or talked, I'd like to address Marcos for a moment and say,
Would you inquire as to whether or not the bird remains in the store overnight?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Maybe could you inquire about whether or not the bird stays in the store overnight and may have also witnessed some of these things? Then maybe Alexis could dig into that mind.
Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah.
The bird?
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
Oh no, that's what Marcus's response is.
Oh, sorry.
He's like kind of weirded out by it. It's a bird, man.
They also have brains.
Yeah, my
Sure.
move does say, and I can read people's thoughts, but it does say people's thoughts. So I don't know that I can telepathy the bird unless it is people-ish, which maybe. But I mean, I have tuned into like a monster or minion, so if it's also a minion of a monster, I might be able to tune into
Well, that's
it.
because you have Tune It. I mean, you have an ability that allows you
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah, the
That's a
tune in
separate
ability is the one I'm talking about.
Right.
Is the what?
Shit.
I said that's a separate ability.
Yeah, Tune In is
Yeah.
separate. But what I will say is you can try. There's no harm in you trying to do it.
Yeah, I was.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say consent is important. Marcos was saying this, by the way. Consent is important, but it's a bird. Have at it, little one.
So what Marcus
Yeah.
is saying is that consent doesn't matter with animals. Have at it. Just go.
Well, technically, Alexis doesn't ask for consent to go into anybody's
no.
mind.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. But yeah, it's a bird. I need consent. I get my bird lube out.
Shut it down. Nothing will ever be said better than that. It's the best thing that's ever been said.
It's a good product.
So far.
Crossover episode. Yeah. Okay. So
Oh my god.
yeah, I do. I try to read the bird brain.
All right, read that bird brain. Roll to investigate a mystery. Holy
Wow.
a perfect roll? Yes?
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
I need to update. That
You-
is
I
a
think you
perfect
are the
roll.
bird now.
That is a perfect roll, but I neglected to update your weird here. So you actually get a 15. which is, I don't know if you know this, better than a 14. So you know what?
Technically, actually, it's a 16 because he's following my advice.
Oh, you're right. Although you didn't roll to manipulate him, so there's a
I
little
love
iffy.
that. It's
No,
like,
that
no,
he. Well, I guess he didn't come to me for
He didn't
advice,
come
but
to
when
you.
they came to me for advice in general,
Well,
I hope it's like this. Like, oh wow, it's the perfect roll. You can't roll any better than that, and it's
Also,
you can't. I
it's
mean, it's a
still
bird. What are
better.
you gonna do? And sorry that you get nothing.
no. So here's what I'm thinking. Birds do actually have a meaningful amount of intelligence. They're obviously not as intelligent as the most intelligent human beings, but they're more intelligent than some human beings. That is not pejorative. That is a statement of fact. So, although they are not people, because you rolled a perfect roll here, we're gonna go with this. Now, what Alexis gets as feedback from this bird is disjointed and difficult to contextualize because it is from a bird's perspective, a bird's worldview. But you technically get to hold 3 of the investigative mystery questions. So let's try to work through this. What happened here? What sort of creature is it? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do? What is being concealed here? Some of these don't, as is often the case, don't necessarily make sense. But
Yeah.
what would you like to try and learn from probing this bird?
Okay, so here's some stuff. I definitely want to know what this. One of them will be what's being concealed for sure.
Okay.
Because I like that. It probably doesn't have much of a concept of what sort of creature it is. Although that seems useful. And
I'm just
we already
looking.
asked what happened here, but I'm curious about Bird's perspective here.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to read up very quickly on how parrots' eyes work. They can see ultraviolet light. Are you shitting me? That's really cool. What? They have green, blue, red, and
Secretly.
ultraviolet color receptors?
secretly found the way to instantly solve the mystery.
That's
I don't need my device. We have a bird.
right? Parrots can differentiate between males and females due to the differing ultraviolet reflections of their feather patches. I mean, that's absolute madness. That's very, very cool. So, they, however, do not have night vision. So, so there's good things and bad things here. So, they see very, very well in the daytime and in clear light. They do not see well in the dark at all. And so what you get is the ultraviolet maybe gives them some information. So what's being concealed here? The parrot, Poppy can see during the daytime, not at night, but during the daytime, can see that there is something in the ceiling above the lamp, or rather hanging from the ceiling above the lamp. That is what Poppy is able to reveal to you about what is being concealed here.
Hanging, like, from the ceiling. Can I
Above.
see what they saw, I guess?
You can go over.
I mean, I can't see. Well, I'm in there. I can see it in the way that they saw.
Yeah, I mean,
You could also convey that to someone that may have a sensor.
I mean, you can see it through Poppy, like in Poppy's brain. You see it. And I guess what you see is it looks like a sliver of almost like incandescence. So it has this weird property to it because they're seeing it. Poppy is seeing it with like the ultraviolet thing. That's why it's standing out particularly. It's not visible otherwise. So it almost looks like a slit in the air, you know. But you can see where it is, I guess, right? In Poppy's memory, and in fact, currently Poppy can see it from where she's sitting now.
We got a frozen alpha. I mean, he's deep in thought.
He's thinking so hard.
He's enthralled.
So photogenic. I never freeze like that.
I know, right? What
Yeah,
is
that's
this?
not fair.
It is. It's lovely though.
Hey, somebody take a screenshot and then we'll see him use it as his profile picture henceforth.
I'm very happy for him. All right, we're all switching places for a little bit. I'm gonna be Von Steelman.
All right. I hope you're ready to DM now, Giovanni.
Yep. Where are we doing?
Always.
What happens next? All right. What's while we're doing that? What's another question? Or would you like to literally hold the
I might
other
just,
one?
might hold. Well, I asked one right because it would be. Oh, I see.
It's hold two. Yeah, on a 10 plus.
Yeah, I'll hold the other one.
Okay. Oh, he dropped out. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, we're getting there. It's fixing itself as he gets it sorted. Hey, we're all still here. It's good. It's fine for us to switch seats for a second. I like this. This seat is it's bigger because of Von Steelman's metal butt. This is a bigger chair, even though my picture's smaller.
So the story takes a bit of a turn and gets a bit spicier.
All right.
Yeah.
So, all right. Now, did you want to go and poke around, take a look at where you saw that, or where Poppy saw that, or we want to wait?
Well, I mean, it's at the ceiling, right? So like,
it's like hanging from the ceiling.
Immediately look to see if I can see it, which sounds like I can't. But once,
I think it's possible that Alexis could see it.
Okay, then I go look over there, partially with the memory of reading the bird and my beautiful supernatural eyes, and see if I can detect anything.
I'm trying to think if I want you to roll for it. I'm going to ask a question, and I trust you all to not metagame too terribly hard. Does Alexis like to fish? Like to go fishing?
That's entirely on you, Tonka.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back, because I'm trying to think of... Cause I like him doing stuff as pastimes that aren't like a child's, pastimes entirely, for the sake of, the visuals of it. But
yeah,
I don't think that he's into fishing.
Okay.
I was thinking an orphan wouldn't really be getting the chance to do that, would he?
I mean, it's been a long time since I was in an orphanage or what have you, but I will establish now, this little guy loves to golf.
Golf it. I like it.
Like big golf, but miniature golf too.
I like the idea that he calls miniature golf, and he calls golf big golf.
Big golf.
I like big golf.
Hey, welcome back.
Look at that handsome.
Hey,
Welcome back. That's okay. So
never do it again.
Yes, or else.
It's gonna happen. I assume I didn't miss anything too terribly important, but I'll just roll with it.
No, not yet. So then, what I think I would like for you to do. Actually, no, I'm not gonna make you roll for it. Just describe to me how you're trying to spot this thing. You're just gonna go just go look at it. Try and see it with your eyeballs.
When I can't see it easily, I go and talk to Von Steelman
Okay.
and be like, so I was reading the bird's brain and it saw something right there on the ceiling, and I point over to the ceiling with its special bird eyes. Can you see if you can detect anything with your little gizmos and gadgets?
Yes. Dainty, would you please?
Before you do that, I jump in. That's long range sensors, right?
Interesting.
I don't know.
Is it?
You're asking that
I'm
in
just-
character, I assume, right?
Well,
the
no, in
idea.
character, Marcos is in his face. Like, that's long range, right? Because we don't want to have a metal man standing all the way up towards the ceiling, scanning with a little handle thing, in front of all these people. We don't want to ruin her business thinking there's some kind of asbestos breakout or something. The CDC is here trying to take down the place. It's still the middle of the day. I know you're not used to being normal, but please don't freak these people out.
Oh my god. In the context
I
of...
wish I knew what normal meant.
Hey, so I'm sorry. Go ahead. Can we hope that somebody off to the side just barely heard any of it, and they're like, "Did somebody say asbestos?"
Did someone say...
Mind your business.
Hey, Marge, I think I feel some mesothelioma coming on. I'm gonna call that number we saw on TV. But actually, before you do anything else, just a very quick question about Von Steelman and/or Dainty's. Like, how does Dainty's like eyeballs? Like, how does she perceive things? And I guess how does Von Steelman's like sensors in his mask work?
I'm assuming that he's probably intelligent enough to ensure that like more than just the typical spectrum of light is available at as necessary. But I'll leave that to you as to whether or not that was achievable.
You may, for this, I'm gonna say that.
Actually, I'll say, if I may, I would like maybe this power could be that extra add-on that was intended for this purpose, and whether or not it functions or not, or like you said, the number of times it functions, the quality of time that it functions, then maybe that's more applicable. Maybe the device is more just like an add-on for Dainty to be able to have extra sensory perception.
Okay, yeah. This actually, what is here doesn't even require your device, your extrasensory power, or device that you created, because what is suspended from the ceiling is not supernatural. It is a very thin piece of high tensile fishing wire, which Dainty can perceive with her however her eyes work. She can see it, but where it sits kind of in the crease of the ceiling is not perceptible to normal like human sight.
It looks like someone's going fishing.
I immediately go and look to see what's underneath, like what's directly underneath the fishing wire.
So directly underneath it is the
A
lamp that you saw floating in that recollection that popped into Penny's brain when she was glossing over the other things that happened to Marcos.
So I convey that, underneath that fishing line is the lamp that she saw floating. This very hard to see line. It's line, string, whatever. It could be that the levitating is manufactured. And if she's seeing a face through a screen, It could be projected. There might be somebody who is trying to make it seem haunted
It seems
to
like
run
it
her out
wouldn't
of
be.
business.
I know. I can read people pretty well, and I don't think Penny's the type to try and drum up business by faking a haunting.
I didn't say it was her. I feel like she believes it. Somebody
Yeah.
might be doing it to her to get out.
Yeah, no, I was agreeing with you. I was saying if anybody's faking it, it's someone besides outside of Penny.
I don't trust Poppy. No, I'm kidding.
So I guess we're setting up a Scooby-Doo trap instead.
Yeah, okay. So,
Unmasking the villain behind it. Regardless, I think we have to stay until the activities actually happen, so it's still an overnighter.
I guess we should find out if does Penny sleep in the building? Like, does she have a living space upstairs, or does she leave? We should find out.
Yes, you can ask.
Yeah, I go back to Penny real quick. So we're planning our little overnight stay,
Yes,
and I could use a little more information.
of course. How can I help?
Well, what is your situation? I know you had been talking about working
Well-
late.
What?
What is your situation? You stay late. So
Are you doing it later, or
Yes.
do you stay here? Is there an abode above?
Oh my. No, I don't sleep here. I have a condo.
Would I know by like the shape of the building if there's like an upstairs?
It's a one-story building. There might be like a crawl space or something, but there's certainly not like a loft or a second floor.
Yeah. Okay. And do you well, I imagine you lock up and everything.
Of course.
Is there an alarm system?
I used to not have one, but I had one installed a few years ago, but it's actually not working right now, annoyingly. So at the moment, I don't have one. I mean, I do, but it's not working. So functionally, I don't have one.
Gotcha. This may be a bit of a tough question.
Sure.
I ask that you try and be as open-minded as possible. Do you have any enemies?
Any enemies? What? Not that I know of. Not particularly.
Any competing businesses? Anybody trying to buy this location from you?
Goodness. No one really wants to open a business here, frankly. I mean, if they did, there's empty abandoned buildings. They could take the Blockbuster for free. They wouldn't need to run me out of business.
Fair. Any altercations or special events that may have happened around the time these activities started?
Oh, well, there was nothing particular, nothing special. I mean, there's always something or other happening. There's kids playing around, drawing graffiti or whatever. But no, nothing that I can recall.
I appreciate you being so cooperative. I know these questions can be so difficult. One last thing. Can I have any sort of keys to this place, especially if there's any sort of roof access?
Oh,
At least for the time being.
yes. There's a. Well, I wouldn't normally, but Mr. Alabaster vouched for you also. I'm sure I can trust you. And she walks back around the counter, kind of slides open a drawer and pulls out a spare set of keys. Kind of spins them around as one does when you're looking for one key in particular. And she says, okay, this one is for the front door. This one is for the back office. And I do think there's that one is for a crawl space or something. I don't really use it. I don't know. It's only for maintenance and things like that.
I'll be right back real quick.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I appreciate it.
I don't even remember what the initial question was. Did I ask it?
You asked if she stays there.
Oh, right. You guys were wondering if she lived here.
Yeah, which she interpreted as you hitting on her, which was lovely. But
Marcos is too gay to notice when.
yeah.
What is this?
Didn't even catch it. Yeah. All right. So, what's next? What do you all do now? So you've got the keys. You have this this fishing line.
If I remember, sorry to interrupt for a second.
Please.
Alexis, did you recall that the bird had recollection of things happening only at night, or there were some things that were happening during the day? Or
I don't think there was anything that he could see that was at night because of bird eyes.
oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So we don't necessarily have to wait tonight to do this investigation. We don't have to leave and go away unless Jovan needed to go consort with a particular someone.
We also
I just figured things were happening at night. We stayed at night.
I also want to go just sort of look around the old Blockbuster. I know. I want to see if you've got the we should probably check out the roof to see what's up there, see if anybody's coming in that way, and then we should probably check out the old Blockbuster.
We should at least go directly above that light.
Yeah. And we could also go to Walmart and get some snacks for a sleepover.
Do you
Got a
have
movie
snack
from
money,
the
little one?
Blockbuster? What's that?
Do you have snack money, little one?
Yeah. I'm assuming I'm a paid employee here.
I like.
No, that's kind of child labor laws.
Yeah, under the table.
I like the idea that Alexis pulls out like a black Amex to that question.
Yeah.
Dr. Von Steelman typically has those little applesauce packets just for easy food access.
Little squeezy ones.
It's the fruit and veggies mix, so he gets a little bit of vitamins.
Yes. It's hard to find the pork ones.
He makes them himself.
He's got one of those bottlers.
Oh god.
It's a baby food bottler.
Let's start with up above the fishing line. Let's go.
Excellent.
Actually, I turn to Alexis. Actually, I'm a little claustrophobic. Here's the key to the crawl space. You can do that.
No problem.
I'm gonna check the roof and see if there's any access to that and if they can get in through that. Anything up there.
Okay.
All right.
I think I would go with. Sorry.
I'd go with Alexis, but I know I wouldn't be able to make it into the crawl space. I would just kind of like to peek my head in as best as possible and see what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose you could send Dainty with...
That was what I was hoping.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so you guys split up. We'll follow Alexis for a moment here. So Alexis, you go around, navigate your way through the store to the sort of crawl space entrance that is hidden behind a small door, sort of like a access an access door that would be for maintenance shafts and things like that you may have seen in the movies. There is a little maintenance crawl shaft style rungs along the wall, and you're able to navigate pretty effectively through what is actually a fairly quite a small space, and get up into this is all plenum airspace. In other words, this is there's a drop ceiling, and there's air flowing all around you, and you could fall through. This is not cement or a wood floored second floor or whatever. This is purely a maintenance and air space that is for the purpose of running wire and lighting and fun stuff like that.
Alrighty, I make sure to check for any nails poking out anywhere.
There's plenty of those. Yes, there's a lot of.
I've gotten those up in those spaces before. I didn't like it.
No, I wouldn't. I would be worried about you if you did. Well, no, actually, I guess I wouldn't be worried about you because you could be.
Yeah, let me like things.
People are allowed to like things. You're allowed to like things. So what am I talking about? So you go, you make your way along. You are trying to find the spot above the lamp, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that's particularly hard. I'm not going to make you like roll for that or anything. It takes you a bit of time. You crawl along. Periodically, you bump against. You can feel actually scraping against you the filament of that of some of that fishing wire, that fishing line, and that tells you that you're getting close to where you're trying to go. When you get there, what you find is as follows: a spool of that fishing wire that has been partially unspooled, I should say. So a small pile of that fishing wire kind of bound together a little bit, and a reel without a rod, so just the part, that you would do the windy bits if you were fishing. The windy bits. There is a cut out. There's a cutout from a poster board, like you might find, like as an advertisement or something like this, of a model's face, and there is a next to all of that, stuck with one of those nails that you were trying to avoid, you find a beanie that I just showed you guys in the VTT.
And okay, from the Beaumont Galleria at
Yes.
Conard Plaza.
Yes.
Okay. All right, those are the things that I find.
That's what you find.
Alrighty, I want it. I take it.
You
I
take the
that
beanie?
hat.
Okay.
Yeah.
It takes you some time, actually. It is stuck. It's not like it wasn't nailed down. It's not that. But it's a wool hat, and the head of the nail has become wedged between some of the. Is that called the loops? What is it called in knitting? It's stuck between some of the bolts or whatever it is that those are. Whatever that's called.
Does it look like it was accidentally caught in that?
Potentially. It looks like someone tried to pull it loose. It's got some of the strands are loose around that, where those nails are, or where that nail is, excuse me. Some of the strands are loose.
Is there another way? Can I see another way in or out from here?
Yeah. So at that point, we're going to cut back over to Marcos. So Marcos, how did you go outside to get up on the roof? Is that the
Well,
idea?
I think depending on the layout, I think I would have went back through like employee sections to see if there was a back door.
Yeah.
I kind of search around some more of the
Nice.
secluded areas because I have keys, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I'm checking the secluded areas to see if maybe they've been sneaking in around that area.
Yeah, there is a back office. She gave you a key to that. And then there is a back door, like an employee entrance. In the back, there are all the things that you would normally see behind an establishment. There's a dumpster and an alleyway and all that fun stuff that you always see back behind there. There's an access, like a ladder, a fire escape style ladder that can be deployed to get up onto the roof or down from the roof, whichever direction you might be trying to go. And yeah, that is kind of all that stands
The
out.
immediate surroundings.
Yeah.
Well, I go up the ladder. I need to look. I don't imagine I see anything like poking out. Otherwise, you would have mentioned it. So
I
I'm
would've.
gonna go to the roof.
I appreciate your faith in me. It is well placed at the moment. So, yeah, you head up onto the roof. There are a handful of little vents and things like that. You walk. It's a gambled roof. It's a very steep roof. So you. Well, actually, no, it isn't. I misspoke. I forgot where we were in the world. It is a quite flat roof. It's easy for you to navigate. A steep roof would get torn off very easily by a tornado. So it was quite easy for you to navigate, and as a bonus, it's easy for you to see across as well. And what immediately jumps out to you is that there is a kind of like access port thing. There's this door, vaguely reminiscent of a sewage grate or something, that you might see in a street, circular port that is set into the roof off to one side. Other than that, there are vents, and it is a metal roof, kind of corrugated metal roof. So that's really all that the only features of this roof.
That was a lot about roofs.
I know something. I just had my roof replaced. I've learned a lot.
Can we get shorthand what might matter to me?
What matters is that
the manhole.
there's a way in. Yeah, but there's a way
Okay.
in. Yeah.
I poke my head through that.
You poke your head in, and our two divergent paths converge as above and just to the side, about 8-10 feet off to the side from Alexis. There's as this door opens up and Marco's head pops down.
And I immediately go, "Ooh!"
Yep, exactly.
Does he get scared? Did I scare you?
No, very
I'm a
straight face. He's
spooky
like,
ghost.
"Hi, Alexis."
Oh, hey there. Look, I found a beanie.
You're stealing from homeless men now.
How long was Alexis always? Has Alexis always been in? Is Alexis from Nolly Creek? That's my question.
Well, I'll have to discuss that with Von Steelmen, because we were in, the orphanage
right.
school or whatever
So no.
together.
So you guys weren't. Okay. Or so you're not. Yeah. Okay. So then none of you are familiar with the logo or the establishment that's on the beanie.
I was going to say that if I was thinking, I hadn't said it yet, but Dainty was going to inquire and maybe investigate about that, the logo on the beanie.
Yeah. You can take you can take an attempt to investigate a mystery. It is conceivable that this is information that would be on the interwebs.
Business.
Okay. And
Oh, okay, all right. So
plus one still. It doesn't matter actually.
yeah, either way, you are able. You're able to get the information that you need. The Belmont Galleria was a mall here in the Conard Plaza. It closed in the early 2000s after a ill-fated rebrand attempt. And what Dainty finds with the search is an article about that rebrand attempt that is from a publication that is no longer in print, and so it is an image from the local library. It isn't text that could be easily read and transcribed. It is an image that has had a poorly done attempt to do image to text, have image to text applied to it, so you get bits and pieces of it. And essentially what you glean is they tried to rebrand it had this edgy vibe, and it was initially successful. People were very interested and wanted to see what it was all about, and then interest dropped off precipitously. It failed and was so unsuccessful they couldn't even sell the property. It just shuttered, and that was the last anyone ever heard of it.
The hipsters got a hold of it, and then the hipsters found out the hipsters were there, and then it closed.
Oh, it's like compressing your voice for some reason.
Oh man, I thought we got that fixed.
I did too.
All right.
Just when it gets a little bit higher, it does it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could probably use
I
it.
mean, I
and
heard a
also
lot about
calculate.
hipsters.
Yeah.
Well,
I did.
her interpretation is the hipsters found out about it, and then then they couldn't be there anymore. Because the hipsters were there.
Yeah.
So.
Pretty much. Yeah. But there is a location that is inferred, or that is referenced in that article. But you realize, or I guess Dainty realizes, reading through it, that it's actually it's across the street. It is like,
Whoa.
it is very close by, actually.
We may want to go look next door, because this place is right across the street.
Hey, should we bring this face downstairs and see if it looks familiar to Penny? Like it was used for spooking her?
Oh, yes. Also, you did see it through her memories and your telepathy. And this is the face that you see in your memories. I should have mentioned that earlier. That is what you see.
We should.
I also don't think we should be pulling up with evidence every so often. We'll get this sorted. Well, that woman's been through enough. The next thing is definitely figuring out. Huh? Yeah.
I was gonna say if she knows that some of this is possibly by somebody just trying to spook her, like she might have, it might, I don't know, make her think of something else that could be the source of this. Somebody that might try and do this.
Well,
If nothing else, we should
Maybe
inquire
she
about.
recognized the hat. Sorry.
If nothing else, we should inquire as to whether or not they have some sort of relationship.
Some sort of relationship, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. I had asked about if she had enemies or anything. I suppose I didn't account for potential, I don't know, love interest or something. But we could also go over there and ask them ourselves. They don't think we're onto them, so if anything, we have a advantage getting more information from them.
Yeah. I'm assuming that she won't go tipping off anybody, but you know what? Let's go ahead.
All right, so
Are we just gonna march on over there, across the street right now?
you tell me.
I'm
It
asking
sounds
others.
like it sounds. I mean, we made a suggestion, and you said something different. So yeah, let's do the something different thing. We'll go over there, unless there was something else, a third option that you just kept to yourself.
There's always
I keep a
other
lot
options.
of things to myself.
All
Yeah, no, okay, let's go over.
right.
All right.
I carefully navigate back out.
Yeah, you.
I did free the hat, right?
Yeah, you got the hat. Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna put it on.
Did you keep the face mask thing, or did you leave it there?
I did leave it.
Okay, we know where it is.
All right. So you guys head over and across the street to. It becomes clear to you why you didn't.
Okay, before I go across the street, I do take off the hat and put it in my bag.
Okay. All right. So as you approach, it becomes clear why you didn't immediately recognize that this was a large abandoned shopping mall, because it's the foliage in the parking lots is overgrown. The grounds, the parking lots themselves, are not so overgrown as to be obviously abandoned, but also not particularly inviting. It doesn't look like somewhere that you would voluntarily park, and as a result, there's not a particularly there's no one there. There's not a homeless population. There's no one performing drug trafficking. There's nothing of interest or import happening in the parking lot. The shape of the building, as you get closer, you can see is a large, basically a big L with one end a bit longer than the other, as L's typically are. On one side, you've got like a Target and a Sears. There's like a JCPenney's. There's like a Kohl's. And as you're approaching, you're coming in at like the center of the L's. You're coming in at the joint, on the joint side, as opposed to on the exterior side, if that makes sense. There aren't particularly any windows that you can see. As you get closer to that entrance, you do see a few on either side of the door, but you can't see through them. They're painted over or boarded from the inside or something, but you can't see through them. So that's what you see as you approach. And you guys said you're going in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see any obvious entrances in the door there?
Just the main door. It's a double door, nice large, ornate double door. This is clearly the main entrance. So as you step through the creaking double doors into the belly of the Beaumont Galleria, still cold air settles around you. The marble floor beneath your feet is cracked in several places, exposing unfinished concrete beneath. Before you, you see a entry foyer. It's framed by ornate pillars and intricate archways. In the center, you see a vast angular chandelier that is suspended above the foyer, casting elongated shadows which seem to dance and contort and leer at you from various storefronts. Beneath the chandelier, a sculptured fountain looms up, depicting a bear and a bison locked in violent struggle. but its water is as still as the grave. On the far side of the foyer, you see a large glass-framed advertisement that is hanging limply by one corner. It depicts a gorgeous woman with flawless skin, piercing eyes, and a satisfied expression. The text beneath her reads, "The Beaumont Galleria, pursue what you cannot possess." Just before the fountain, as you sort of drink this scene in, you also see there's benches and so forth around and about the fountain, and there seems to be a person lying there on one of those benches. And that is what you see as you enter.
What's this person look like?
So they're facing away from you, so it's hard for you to see details because the benches are slatted, right? So it's not a solid bench, but you can kind of peer through. What you can see of them is that they have kind of like, I guess, like pixie length. Does that make sense as a thing? It's like not long or not particularly short either hair, and they are wearing a thin like hoodie and jeans, and that's really all you can see.
Do they appear to be breathing?
It's hard to say from where you are. Do you walk over and investigate?
Do you want to sneak up on this sleeping like woman possibly?
No.
Or I just assumed.
No, I don't. That's not what Dr. von Steelman would do. He would go walk over to figure out what's happening. So he's just gonna conk, 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 conk.
Yeah. So you clump over. By no means are you particularly subtle, even when you're wanting to be, I guess. And as you approach, it quickly becomes clear the person is not breathing. When you get close enough, you can see that their arms are contorted at an unnatural angle, and there's a puddle of blood dripping that has dripped from their throat and is pooled beneath them.
She dead.
Oh, wow.
Does not look like she meant to be.
Like she
I'm
meant
not
to be
about
dead?
dead people. You guys do your investigating.
Okay. Well, I will. He's not disturbed by disturbing the little Alexis, so he's happy to go over there and investigate. All the while, looking around, because we're at a place where there's a dead person, so just kind of keeping my wits about me as I approach.
Yeah. So let's see.
I guess investigate.
Yeah, give me to either investigate a mystery or read a bad situation.
Okay. Well, on the way over, I'm reading a bad situation, so why don't we start there?
Okay.
It's Oh, I just had it. There we go.
Mixed success.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
Wait, can I actually help with that?
yeah, you can help. So roll to help out. Look at you, a 12.
Booyah.
So your help.
I am the
grants
support.
a +1. So on your read about, well, I overwrote the visual there, but on you now have a 10+, so you can hold 3. What's my best way in? My best way out? Are there any dangers we haven't noticed? What's the biggest threat? What is most vulnerable to me? What's the best way to protect the victims? Which wouldn't necessarily make sense here, but
How can we protect this person from getting dead again?
from
We are the
being
victims. How do we
re-dead.
keep us safe?
Okay.
That is a possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a possible
That's the best
interpretation for sure.
Okay,
I
there's
mean,
3 and I
as the
can hold,
mundane one
so
of the
that's good.
group, I identify as a victim.
What's best way to, what's my best way in? What's my best way out? Okay, so first, I may just end up holding some, but are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
Yes, I think that the best way, as you are approaching, I think what happens to alert you to a potential danger that you haven't noticed is that you get the very distinct impression that the model in the advertisement that is hanging on the far side of the foyer is watching you.
So it's something like,
There is no model, only Zoom.
for the old people. Javon is stoic. It's a Ghostbusters 2 reference.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, that's. I'm creeped out.
Do we all get that impression, or is that just the impression that Alexis gets?
Hey guys, I'm creeped out. I think that model, when he points over to it, is like watching. It's freaking scary. Though you said that it was like the big poster thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If I may, Doctor, this might be the time to use this device.
Yes, that's a good idea.
So yeah, I'd like to point my scanner thingy over there, and if I see spooky stuff.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. Roll to... I think this is also to read a bad situation.
Okay.
It sounds like essentially what you're trying to detect here. Or to investigate.
Oh.
Well...
I think it's the same for either. Unless, wait.
Technically, it's a +1 ongoing whenever following my advice.
Yeah, that's fair. You can also roll to help out as well, if you'd like.
Nah, I've helped out enough.
Yeah, all right.
So
is this are you following his advice? I guess you are.
Yeah, because I told him to use his science to help us investigate.
Yeah,
Detect
okay.
thingies.
All right.
So making it and then using it.
So here's the compromise on this. It will work, but it's also going to break. So here's what happens.
Okay.
You point your thing. You point your thing. Not just anything. You point your your ESP device, your spooky ghosty detector, your SGD at the poster. And it, however you have calibrated it to go off, it goes off like a damn Christmas tree. Whatever this is impossibly paranormal and very present. And as that alarm, whatever is happening, the model seems to lurch out from it and comes screaming out towards all of you.
Are they still hot?
They're still hot. They are larger than life and soaring through the air with this grimace of malice in their face, and it shoves you all back. Actually, as it runs into Dr. von Steelman, the device explodes in your hand. The blast pushes you all backwards, and Marcos, you're closest to the door. You stayed pretty close to the door, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that blast is enough to, bump you against the door. It doesn't knock you anywhere, but it pushes you against the door. The door jostles open, and what you see outside, and it is not Nolly Creek. What you see is this nebulous, inky blackness with just pops of blue and white here and there, and the occasional sounds of screams or laughter or discontent bubbling up from them. And when you turn around, you are not standing where you were standing before. You're in a different part of the mall entirely. And
We don't think we're playing this anymore, Kevin.
Are we all, or just Marcus?
it's a good question. I think here's what I want you guys to do. I want each of you to name a phobia or a thing that someone might be afraid of.
Mine actually came up earlier.
What's that?
Marco said, I don't want to go in the crawl space because I'm a little claustrophobic.
Okay, all right. I like that.
Look at how
I
that
did-
tied in. So perfect.
I did want to. I just couldn't find a good place to jump in, but I did want to try to tune in to this beast before.
Okay.
I was unable to.
Okay.
So, not that I'm needing to roll in on anything at the moment, but establish that connection. Just putting that out there while you are resolving this.
Okay. But yeah, I'm using this as a not to pick on your. Just to clarify, I'm not using this to pick on your fears at some point in the second half of the mystery. I'm using this in place of a random number generator. So this will determine where you end up in the mall. So just name a Alexis, name a fear, a phobia, or something that someone might be afraid of.
Well, for him,
Just any, not something that he's afraid of. Just anything.
any phobia. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, spiders are the first thing that came to mind. I think we did kind of. Let's say scorpions. That's even worse. That I'm actually scared of. Scorpions are nasty.
Okay.
I'll say heights.
Heights.
Yeah,
See,
nice.
I have the opposite of that. I love heights.
I'm scared of being on the ground, especially if I'm up on the heights.
Fun fact, arachnophobia technically extends to scorpions
It
and
does.
ticks.
Yes, it does.
Well, yeah, arachnophobia, but this is specifically scorpions.
It's only scorpions. Okay.
So,
All right. So when we return from our intermission, we will establish where each of you have been, and the order that we will go in to address as each of you try and find your way back to the center space to reconnect with one another. We'll go in the order of the fears, the Latin or official names of the fears that you named, which will be von Steelmen, and then Alexis, and then Marcos. So we're going to have a quick 10-minute intermission, and we'll be back for the second half of this adventure and see what else will happen to our fearless, potentially. We'll see. Fearless adventurers.
yes.
All right, we'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. We're back. Well, you're not gonna finish? Come on. Nice. Oh man, thank you, Dainty, you lovely creature. We are back indeed. Our heroes are in the Beaumont Galleria, and having just been assaulted by a spectral entity, find themselves separated. And let me see, let me pull up. So we had on Steelmen with a fear of heights or acrophobia, Alexis with a fear of scorpions, which, as Jovan pointed out, is technically arachnophobia, even though it's a specific thing. And Marcus with claustrophobia, 2 A's and a C, which means you guys are on opposite ends of this mall, delightfully. So I'm going to show you the you guys know malls, right? You have a map. You always have a map of a mall. Now, many of these stores we can ignore because this is I basically took the map of a real mall and made very light modifications to it, light for the sake of my sanity. So we don't necessarily have to expect that all of these are real locations within the mall, but they also could be if you would like for them to be. Where you each end up is as follows. Von Steelmen and Alexis, you are together down in the sort of purple area. You basically are outside of the target. That is where, when the blast clears from your eyes, the blast from the device clears from your eyes, you are in front of the target, which on this map, as I say, is coming soon, but we can ignore that. And Marcos, you find yourself on the north side of the mall, outside of the Coles, facing down. So basically, you're both with your backs, or you're all with your sort of backs against the doors, as if you had just come in through the door that you are standing in front of. And as they were going to go in alphabetical order to the phobia that you identified. So we're going to start with Alexis and Von Steelman. You guys, of course, had to pick one with the same letter, so you guys are coupled. You're grouped together for this one. And yeah, so this mall is abandoned. It has been abandoned as Dainty was able to determine for a little over 20 years, about 20 years or so. There still are some, not a lot, but still some things around you, still some goods and so forth. This map that you're looking at is still intact in front of you, so you do see where you were, which is right at the intersection of the pink and the orange and the sort of goldenrod, I guess, section there. Exactly. Yeah, this is not perfect, but you would not believe how difficult it is to draw like a believable mall map, and I just didn't feel compelled to find one that was absolutely perfect. So bear. It's not too bad, right? So right there is that foyer that we had discussed, is in that sort of like pink, and yeah, at the intersection of those three, is where you had been. And down where you are, as I say, there are a lot of different stores. I'm open to, if there's like a particular store that you want to be there for whatever compelling, for whatever reason, compelling or otherwise, that's fine with me. There are some that are not that you will absolutely run into, and we'll deal with those as we get to them, obviously. Otherwise, you are free to navigate this mall as you see fit. Bearing in mind, it is a little bit spooky. Yeah, so it's a great question. So it is there is still that there is now again, I should say, that stillness to the air, the stillness that you had felt when you first stepped through, that had become a bit chillier, a bit more piercing when whatever that encounter that you had, when that entity emerged and came at you, which apparently wasn't an attack. You didn't suffer any harm from it. It simply slammed into your device and separated you all. Oh, so that's the logo. It's a very bad logo. It's not your fault. That's their no. That is their idea of a logo. Yeah. Yeah. I can send you guys in Discord. I can send you a copy of this too. Yeah. Is that way too loud? Let's see. Sorry. No, not you. Sorry. I just started a song and I think it's very loud. Go ahead. Yep, it did. It said, pursue what you cannot possess. And on this map of the mall, it says, looking for some self-worth? Find it here. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Are you looking for any store? You mentioned furniture. Are there any other stores that you're looking for as you go? Yeah. Okay, yeah. It was closed in the early aughts, so it's been about a little over 20 years, probably, about 20 years. Yeah, probably not. The Twinkies are great, though. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there is actually, to address both of those things. So there is, or to address two, rather, not both. To address two of the things that you mentioned looking for as you walk along. There is a kiosk that's set in the center, well, as kiosks at malls always are, in the center of the walkway for cosmetics. There are sample cosmetics of various colors and purposes. Some of them are arranged quite neatly, some of them are scattered about. The full line of product is behind a locked cage, so you can see it. It's visible, but it is just out of reach. Above the cage, you see a poster. It depicts the image of several models from across the gender and tonal spectrum, each with an immaculate face, of course. A message in bold print beneath them all reads, "They don't need us, but you definitely do," with the cosmetic brand's logo. It's not a brand that you recognize. It's kind of abstract. It just has this like swoop. It looks kind of like a paint brush being splatted against canvas. What's that? Is it close to you? Yeah, I mean, you guys are like walking along, so it's as close as you want to be to it. You can see that as you're walking. No, that's it. That's it. They don't need us, but you definitely do. So yeah. So you hear a voice. Not a voice. You hear a sound, Alexis, seeming to come from one side of the poster to the other. So you just hear this kind of shrieking sound pass from one end of the poster to the other, and this kind of ghostly like a shadow following along with that. And that's the only response that you get to your question. So there, as I say, there's like this spectrum, right, of people, and the shadow drifts back across each of them, settles briefly on one of their faces, and you can see it sort of shifting and shimmering, just pushes out from the poster very slightly. You can just see its face emerging from from the paper, and it says, "I'm not trapped here. You're trapped in that ugly body." and then falls back, and the shadow slides away again. It's hard to say. While you are contemplating that, you hear a I don't know if you would recognize the sound necessarily. Well, Alexis probably would, but you hear the distinct sound of a skateboard coming from, if you're looking at the map, coming from ahead of you. And then it stops. There's only just a few times you hear a kind of skidding sound, as it were, of someone maneuvering aboard, and then silence. So I'm gonna change the background here. Of course. Okay. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, there certainly would be an echo. Nice. I think we can potentially address what Marcus may or may not hear, but what I think is the case is that there is an echo, but you're not sure how far it reaches. You don't know where Marcos is. There's certainly no immediate response. Yeah. Yeah. There's not a response necessarily to your words. As you as you take a few more steps, though, there is Dainty's eyes being fixed on this poster. Turns out to be an effort well spent. The heads each come flying out and soar towards the two of you in a formation not unlike the attack formation or the what the Blue Angels or whatever, like they're in display, flying towards you. Okay. So you guys do have you've put a bit of distance. You do have an opportunity as this is as it's coming towards you to react before it gets to you. What would you like to do? No, there's 7 in total. Yeah. 7, like there are 7 heads, floating through the air towards you. Okay. So, I mean, a trap isn't the same as protecting. So you could, okay. You could bar a place or portal. So you'd have to get to like a door or something potentially if you wanted to like bar it, right? So that they can't pass through that door potentially, right? Yeah, you can do that. There is no, you're not quite that far yet. So there's like a sporting goods store that you can like duck into. We'll just say that. Well, there's one on the map. I'll give it to you. Yeah, you can duck into the Spencer's Gifts. So I was about to say, yeah, you duck in, you shuffle past a dildo and past a coffee mug that looks like a prescription bottle, past an I Hate Mondays hoodie. Past what else did they have? Boy, they had some crazy stuff, huh? Some gummies that look like vaginas. I don't know. So, all right. So that's your thing. You guys run into there, and then you're gonna try to bar the door. Yeah. So we're gonna use. Yes, you're gonna roll plus weird. Yeah, I sent it to you on Discord as well, so if you need the map. Look at that. It's a total success. The magic works without issues. Choose your effect, bar a place or portal to a specific person or a type of creature. You're gonna bar. Oh, thanks, Trevon. All right, so you guys moving quickly as Dainty is screaming, you take off towards the Spencers. As you slide in, knock over the dildo, and Alexis, you turn around, throw your hand up, or however you cast, and the spirits slam into this, this invisible barrier, this invisible wall that you have erected. There's they slam into it, and you see each of these perfectly sculpted faces sort of swarming around, probing for weaknesses around the edges of the door and looking at you very keenly as they do so, just rubbing their faces against it. Yes. No, thank you. They are about to retort, and then you hear that skateboard sound again, that and all 7 of the heads snap over, and they zoom off in that direction. Yep, they were all different. They were exactly the faces that you saw in the advertisement, and when they spoke, they all spoke together. So it wasn't one of them talking, it was each mouth moving together. No, go right ahead. Yeah, give us a roll for tune in. Okay, all right. You get yourself a mixed success. So it's you hold 1. You get where's the creature right now? What is it planning to do right now? Who is it going to attack next? Who does it regard as the biggest threat? How can I attract its attention? Well, I'll give you that first one for free. It is a single entity that has manifested through these 7 representations. If it's the same. What is it planning to do right now? It wants to find the source of that sound that it heard and teach it a lesson. It hates, that's for sure. That is an overwhelming disdain, actually, not hate. You get disdain very strongly of all the times that you've ever broken into something's mind or tuned into any of the monsters. You've never felt an emotion like this. It is, before you can even begin to try and process any sentience or consciousness, you are, just, it is overflowing with disdain. It doesn't, it wants to, well, let's see, I guess yeah, I guess a little bit, so, you're like attuned to it, so it has seen, it has been tormenting the creature with this that has this skateboard. So you're tuned into it, so this is how it is thinking about things. So it has been toying with the creature that has this silly wheeled, device for hours now, and it is just too much fun to not chase after it again. Oh, it's a Spencer's gift, man. There's all kinds of noisy shit up in here. It's true. Oh yeah, there's... No, I know exactly the ones. Yeah, no, there's a whole shelf of those. There's critically, there's a bunch of them. Not only are there a bunch of them, there's a bunch left. They had a bunch of them and ain't nobody buying them, so you're good to go. You're good to go. Yeah, so you get that, and you're able to find. I mean, yeah, if you wanted to find something that is like noisy and distracting. What's loud in Spencer's gifts? Yeah, there probably were some skateboard. Let's say that there's a skateboard as part of a film promotion. Hold on. And it is... Yes. Oh, is that when did Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1? When did that came out? No, not the remastered one. Don't be ridiculous. From 2, yes. Yes, it is a promotional board from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, and it is just so radical. It's got the man himself. It's got Tony on it doing a sick ollie on the deck. Let's check in with Marcos. So, Marcos, you appear on the other side of the mall. You've got your back to a Kohl's. And let's see, what do you have in front of you? There are a number of stores. There's like a cell phone store, like a kiosk off to your immediately to your right. So actually, just ahead of you and to the right, you see an Applebee's. You're not in the food court. There just happens to be an Applebee's over here, and in front of that, there is a hostess stand that has been knocked on its side away from you, so it's laying on the ground in the opposite direction, and sprawled face up, side long, on top of it is a teenaged boy. He has long blonde hair that is fanning out over menus that have been strewn about and just blanket the area, and his head is hanging just off the ground. He's got on like jeans and like a long sleeve t-shirt that has like a big Ferrari logo in the center. His eyes are brown. They are open and they are vacant. There is not. There is no reaction. Okay. This is interesting. You are almost certainly not in range of any towers the way that this spirit has manifested, but because there's a supernatural connection here, why don't you roll? What should this be? Roll. Roll. This is a remote possibility, and by no means is this rules as written. But roll roll plus charm, and if you get like a 12 or better, you will somehow be able to connect to him. No fucking way. Apparently. Well, we'll make it up to you afterwards. So you open your cell phone. I imagine that your hands are trembling as you do, and especially as you note that you have no bars. There's no signal. It even says in parentheses, no signal, as you hit your favorites and press the call button to call Rowan. And there is a several seconds of silence, no ringing, and then you just suddenly hear, hello? Maybe. Mm-hmm. Yep. Pretty much. What? So, what? Sorry? What? Where's here? Where are you? Yeah. It's like, you see that mall map in front of you. I'll throw it back up in the thing if you want. So it is, in fact, I will give you guys ownership over this, so you can look at it whenever you want. So yeah, so you're able to see it's the Beaumont Galleria at Connard Plaza. The what? Where is that? Connard Plaza on the... that's in town. What do you mean you've been teleported to another dimension? That's in town. Are you okay? Okay. I'll head over there. I'll head over there now. Yeah. Okay. See. Hoping that Rowan is quick. Time dilation and such is a factor here as well. So, I'm going to roll for Rowan to act under pressure. Can you guys see that? It says question marks. All right, let me make it public and roll again. Because I want you guys to be able to see it. That's more fun for me. Maybe, maybe not. All right, so there many, I mean, minutes drag on, and after what feels like, I would imagine what feels like an eternity to Marcos, you do hear a voice coming from what is on the map your south. So coming from the direction of where you came from. Well, first you hear in the very, very far distance, you hear Marcos. You hear this voice kind of echoing limply down the halls that might be von Steelmen. It's hard to say for sure. And then a couple of minutes later, you hear another voice, much closer, say, "Who the fuck are you?" Who the fuck are you? And if you turn to look, you see a compact is a good descriptor for this person. Like a compact kid. She has strawberry blonde hair in a tight bun. She's got pink, like a pastel pink, like a skirt, right? That's what that's called, right? Skirt and blush pink camisole. She's got ripped, defined, and muscular limbs. She has a large adhesive bandage on a shin, and she kind of crosses her arms. You can see one of her elbows has this scrape with blood dripping off of it, and she looks at you defiantly. She says, "Well, who the fuck are you? Where did you come from?" Winnie Reed. I wish I fucking knew. We just came here to hang out and skate and shit. So, oh, Preston, yeah, he's dead, thanks. I do. Oh, you mean the ghost? Yeah. Well, that's all I know. I know it's a ghost. Or at least that's what I mean, I've seen movies. Oh, I didn't see him get killed, but he's dead. He doesn't have a pulse. I know a little first aid. I don't know a lot, but I'm pretty sure he's dead. Ew. Ew, he's not my boyfriend. No. It's not just, it's all of us. It's me, him, and J-Bomb, and Emmy, but I don't know where any of the rest of them are. We got separated. I don't know. Did you come here alone? Okay, well, we were making fun of these fucking posters that they have up everywhere in this shit show of a mall, and one of them jumped on us, and then I was here. What? I told you it was a ghost. Well, I mean, I've been here for hours, and I'm fine. So who's gonna get murdered? But also, I don't want to be alone anymore. So sure, I'll come with you. All right. Yeah, well, so you pass a few other spots. You actually pass. There are several sporting goods stores, so you pass one of those, and Winnie says, "Hang on, let's get like a bat or something to protect ourselves." And without waiting, ducks inside to rummage around and look for something to, yeah. She's I mean she's a teenager. It's hard to, she's mid she's pubescent. It's hard to say. But jacked. So she's poking around in there. Are you looking for anything, any stores, or are you just looking for a way out? What do you mean? I don't know. Why would it hurt? Maybe for you. she finally finds she's like hefting a couple of different things. She like finds one that she likes. And this should work. She glances up at the counter where the registers are, and you see she points at it with the bat and she says, "See, like that poster." Above the registers, you see this like life-size poster. There's a guy with like very tight compression shorts on. He's got like a chiseled torso, a stubbled steel jaw, thick corded neck. He's curling dumbbells, and he's got an expression somewhere between a grimace and a smirk. And above him, in block letters, you see the words, "The person you love looked to." And she's pointing at it with the bat, and she goes, "You see that? That's fucking bullshit. What does that even mean?" Yes and no, respectively. As you're walking away, you hear that sort of screaming sound coming from that poster as well. It seems to rattle around the head that is depicted of the guy. Okay, so she's following you. She's following your lead. Actually, do you want her to come with you? Are you like, no. My question is, do you want to roll to manipulate someone, or do you want to, or you want to leave it to her choice? All right, give me a roll for it. All right, so they'll do it. Yeah. Excuse me. So that means that they will they'll do it if you do something for them right now to show that you mean it. And I guess like just running, which is essentially what you're doing, is probably sufficient to show that you do in fact mean that you need to get the fuck out of here. Which is what you do. And as you make your way down and away from that sporting goods store, the poster begins to hum kind of sound, and the figure emerges from it and steps out onto the ground and charges towards the two of you as you are running away, or as you're moving away. What do you do? All right. No, you don't have to. So yeah. So I want you to roll to act under pressure here. You're trying to run. There's debris and so forth, and you're trying to get away from a ghosty. Slade, you do what you set out to do. You are able to run. You are fleet of foot. You move quickly and easily over the ground. You are able to pace pretty effectively, actually, and get farther. I keep wanting to use cardinal directions. I'm just going to do it anyway. You get south, outpacing this entity. There's posters as you're running, and because you got such a good score on your roll, you know that there are posters all over the place. Not very many of them have people in them, though. So you'll see that, there's posters that contain the same types of messaging. Not very many of them that still are intact and so forth, which depict people. And so you are able to continue to run, and you make it to within sight. You can see the fountain and the archway and the lights of the chandelier, which are the only lights that are functional in this facility at the moment. They are ahead of you, and there is from a poster that you can't see from inside one of the stores, you see a woman float out in lingerie and charge float, I guess, towards you and Winnie. with her arms outstretched and screaming. And what do you do? Well, I mean, Winnie is going to do that. I'm just giving Marcos a chance to react first as the player. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. You can, I mean, I don't want to give the impression that I'm not trying to like meta you into engaging with it. Don't feel like that's what's happening here. That this is okay. All right. So yeah, you do. Yeah. That is a nickname that her friends call her and she hates. That is in her character description. Her friends call her that sometimes. Yeah. Yep. Okay. And what is so what do you what's your move? What's your play? Yeah. So there's, I think what fits that description best is a piece of ceiling that has fallen down onto the floor. A long 2x1 piece of construction grade, this material that they use for plenum air spaces. So it is fire retardant and so forth. So you are able to, that's what you're going to try and use, I think. It's the closest to what you're looking for. And so that sounds potentially protect someone. Let me think here. What are you, you're trying to deflect its momentum and like protect yourselves, or are you, okay. That feels like protect someone, I think. So kick some ass is plus, yeah, it is plus stuff as well. Alright, but yeah, go ahead and roll plus stuff. Let's see how this goes. Oh, you rolled an 8. Oh, okay. Yeah, so on a 7+, you protect them, okay, which will suffer some or all of the harm they were going to get. So what happens is Winnie starts to swing the bat, and she must go to the batting cages or something, or maybe she's, on baseball or softball team. She plants her foot. She pivots perfectly on her front hip, right? Like she's winding up for a hell of a swing, and it just goes clean through the ghost. Like it's a ghost. It doesn't do anything. So it's a perfect swing. It goes clean through this thing, and it is bearing down on her. This, Victoria's Secret model, essentially, that is translucent, is bearing down. It is inches from her face. When you come in and throw this piece of debris in front of the ghost, it kind of half hits Winnie and half disrupts the ghost's trajectory and targeting and whatnot, and it turns its head and rotates its shoulders as if it were swimming through the air towards you, and it opens its mouth at you and just screams, and little shards of paper come flying out and strike you, and you suffer 3 harm. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, before. I will say, I mean, you do have some options here, right, that a normal human wouldn't have. You already mentioned you can try to, use magic and use charm instead. You risk your relationship potentially, right? You risk getting a point on that. You also have dark desires in theory, and if you do have some options. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, obviously, but yeah. 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 No, so she was jostled, but she managed to keep her balance. She's very athletic, so she managed to move, pivot and keep her footing. Kind of throw the piece of debris off of her. Okay, all right, you were right. That was useless. Okay, let's go. She doesn't drop the bat though. She does keep it, but she runs along with you. All right, let's cut back over now to Alexis and von Steelman. You are inside of a Spencer's Gifts, I believe, is where we left you. A skateboard and a dildo, and a boob mug. Not for that's. Yeah. Yep. Yep, there was, for sure. They were. Yep, there are several of them, and critically, the batteries are pristine because people definitely were not playing the demo after 2000, after 99, after the novelty wore off. Nobody ever pressed demo on that thing. Bless you. Of course you can. This is the key to everything. No, and you can play Snake, and it is, yeah. Balance is an issue now that you've got a Nokia. Okay, great. That's fantastic. Ah, you spend your other hold from tune in, right? Okay, so the creature is now, if you're looking at the map, the creature is now down in the bottom of the like purple area. So it is kind of across the aisle. That's not the right word. It is across the street. It's across the way and down to your left if you are looking out of the Spencer's Gifts. But it isn't terribly far. It's only a few stores down from where you are currently. You can feel it quite close to you. So if you're looking at it, it's around the Olympia Sports and GNC sort of area, like right at the edge of the leftmost purple, dark purple sort of space. Down in the bottom. Yeah, it feels like it's around the entrance or so to those areas, yes. Wait. Oh my god. Okay.
So, I'm sorry. So we had walked over towards the western, or I'm sorry, the eastern portion, and then the skateboard sounds drew it back towards the target. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. My thought here is just, hey, it's distracted over there. We should circle back and find our friend, and then deal with this.
It's not
So, like,
closer to the target.
It's close.
Sears?
What's the target? I guess is the question.
Because we're in this, unless this is not an accurate depiction of where Spencer's Gifts is.
Yeah, so Spencer's is there, and then if you were to go around, so the
I can't see the map actually. I can't see the text on the map. I'm trying to move it over
yeah,
to the screen.
it's tough to see, but the oh god, what did I just do? I screwed up my view of it, but it is up and around from where the Spencer's Gifts is like where the Spencer's Gifts you're in is where the Spencer's Gifts is on the map. And then the entity that you have tuned into is sort of down and to the right of that. So
where
it's
the GNC is.
Between us and the fountain. I see. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, between you and the fountain. Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Let's go get some ghosts.
Where's the? I don't see a fountain. Sorry.
The fountain is not on
Center.
there, so but it is those like two green like squares between the goldenrod little like there's like the Bath and Body Works and stuff, and then where the orange and the pink and the like goldenrod that's just to the right of the JCPenney's, like that area, that's where the fountain is. It's not on the map, but that's where it is.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we want to try and attack these guys.
All right, so you're gonna head out, head towards the thingies.
Yeah, we can. I don't know if you want to try and maybe we can send the old roller skates, or not roller skates, skateboard. I'm not trying to think because the only thing it'll do is like start where we are right now, so it'll just make noise where we are at the moment because we're pretty close. So
We could always try and just chuck the skateboard as far as we can, and hopefully it'll roll or just sound like someone fucked up a kickflip.
it'll supposed to be a loud noise, yeah, and yeah, you probably a pretty good throwing. So yeah, if we can sort of like distract. Oh, so if we look outside and see where it is they tormenting a skateboarder?
Yes, you can see from where you are. It's not that far away. You can see that they are hovering around in this sort of perverse halo, as it were, a dome that they are describing around someone or something that you can't quite see, and presumably hurting them in some form or fashion. You can't quite tell what's happening because who they are, they're lying
I
down.
guess we need to help the poor fool. Let's go.
Yeah, all right. All right,
Rush
try
towards it, yeah.
and well, maybe we can sneak up on him and try and get him. Let's see.
No, I think at this point, since we got the skateboard, I think von Steelman is just going to kind of drop it on the ground to try and see if he can grab the attention of the ghost
Right,
to pull over.
right where you
Just
are, or like
right where we are, and
somewhere
just
else.
roll it away. Like roll it, right where we are, but roll it towards the entity, so it's like drawing its attention.
Okay.
Or attempt to draw its attention. I don't know if this would be considered a protect someone roll or not, but something like that, I guess.
That's interesting. You
Or
could,
distract.
yeah, maybe, yeah.
I mean,
What-
a negative side effect of protect someone is drawing the attention
It
away.
is, yeah. So let's
But
go
if
ahead.
that's your intention, why not just take it?
Take what?
The attention, the harm.
Oh,
Take like a passive 7 and call it taking the harm away.
well, so I would say if you're trying to like distract, like to get its attention and like make it pay attention to you, then that would probably be more like act under pressure. So protect someone would be like rolling plus tough, so that's like you're physically trying to interpose in some fashion.
Right.
So I think
Okay.
it's feels more like a plus cool. You're standing there and you just drop the skateboard like, hey, over here.
Hey,
Hell yeah, you guys are rolling so
10.
good. It's awesome. I love it. All right,
with a
so
+0.
you do what you set out to do. So von Steelman, you excuse me, Dr. von Steelman. So you drop
Thank you.
the skateboard. It clatters. All 7 of the heads snap, turn towards you, and start to swim through the air directly in your direction.
This is exactly what von Steelman was hoping for, and And having not even taken the Nokia 6100 phone out of his hand, he's just going to kind of like do a quick little tweak as they start to approach, and I'm going to try and use Destructive Genius and throw it, and then hit it with the repulsor ray, and try and like do damage to as many of them as possible.
That's fantastic. Okay, so go ahead and roll a plus weird. Grab my book here.
Gosh dang.
Hey!
Yeah. Sorry.
Wait, on a plus 10, I get to choose 2 of these, right?
Yes, so you do 2 harm, and you can pick 2 hideous effects, maybe used up to 3 times, hopefully. So, I'm not sure what that would mean in this
I think that's one of the
context.
possibilities.
That it, like, would
Like one of the hideous
survive
effects.
the explosion, I guess?
So I would like to add another plus 2 harm with a, I'm sorry, add plus 1 harm area, and then add fire and fire and what does that mean?
AP's armor penetration.
Okay, yes.
So if it had
So,
armor, it would
I imagine that the repulsor ray, as it hits to ignite the Nokia 6100, in this case, maybe it's strong enough to destroy the phone. I don't know if the repulsor ray would destroy a Nokia 6100. I think they can make it through, like volcanoes and shit, but for this, we'll go with it. I think.
Yeah.
Fire
alright.
and extra harm to an area.
So you're doing, yeah, so you're doing 2 harm, 3 harm. All right. So your, so the phone flies out. Your repulsor ray streaks through the air, slams into it, explodes with fury right in front of the.
My salad.
Right in front of my salad. Right in front of the heads.
Seriously?
And when the smoke clears,
Just, I don't think that there are any messy effects to it, but I would have, given the time to like tweak the phone and stuff, I'm assuming that I'm doing this out of range of this harmless individual
yeah.
and only game. Okay, good.
When the smoke clears, half the heads are gone. So we'll say there are 3 of them left,
Alright.
floating through the air towards you.
I also begin my spell. You know, as they start coming towards us, which I will hex. And the additional effect with the use magic is the target immediately suffers harm in a parenthetical 2 harm magic ignore armor, whatever that means exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
You're doing
and then let's see, where's my spell? Magic spell. So I'm going to just go for inflict harm spell.
Yeah. You're doing big ol'.
It says ignore armor magic obvious is what it says
It's
in there.
super obvious.
Whatever that means. Let's see here. It's obvious. Let's see here.
Obvious.
Ease.
Look at that. Look
Okay.
at you guys with these rolls. A total success. It works without issue. Here's your effect, which you did. 1 harm, ignore armor, magic obvious. You also said with your hex, it was, what was it? It's an extra 2 harm, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're doing a total of 3 harm. Tell me what this spell looks like.
Oh yeah. So let's say that I don't know. I really like his like sort of. I know I did it with the summon monster before, but this is just a general attack. He just opens his mouth, and like those like spectral locusts come flying out of his gaping maw. Like it's really large, and just starts swarming over on the pretty ghosts.
Excellent. The locusts swarm all over their their face crawling into their ears, their nose, their mouth, their eyes. You know why? Because they didn't protect their holes. And,
You got
I'm
it.
saying.
and each of the heads dissipates, and you hear this this ethereal shriek rend the air. Then from behind you, you hear this sound as if there is as if paper or something is being torn. And as you glance over your shoulder, you see this energy sort of flying out from the poster over the cosmetics kiosk. So you see that same sort of black, tendrillous energy that you saw through the crack or through the open door when Marcos bumped into it right before you were all separated. And that kind of shoots off in various directions like some sort of eldritch firework, and the poster whoosh, evaporates and disappears.
Is that the poster that we saw them come from? Thank you.
Yep,
Okay.
exactly.
Alrighty. Okay, so, I reach into my bag and pull out the matchbook that any mischievous child would have. And if we see any more posters, let's
Yeah.
destroy those things.
And
Looking over at the, is there still like, I'm assuming a skateboarding child is like huddled over there,
yeah, you
the one
see,
that was being attacked.
as you look over, you see he's like sort of he's like leaning now against one elbow and sort of trying to stagger up, or sort of haul himself to his feet. He is like, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, he hears the unicorn say,
Come with me if you want to live.
Dude.
and it's gonna start walking towards the
Dude, like,
the fountain area.
dude, what? Dude? So,
There's no time for questions. Let's go.
yeah, you're really high, but you should still come with us anyway. Come on.
he pulls himself to his feet. He's tall and lanky. He has a like flop of auburn hair. He's got really mellow green eyes. He's wearing vintage clothing, which means baggy Jinko shorts and a Sean John t-shirt.
Hey.
And he has this long, like, jagged cut that's kind of scabbing or scabbed. It runs from his left cheek down across his neck, like down to his collarbone. And he looks at the talking unicorn and the guy in a robot suit and the child that just vomited locusts all over floating heads, and he's like, dude, I am high. How did you know that, dude?
I know a fellow enjoyer.
Nice. Hey, that's pretty cool, dude.
But we gotta go. The cops are coming.
Dude, alright, dude, let's go. Hey, do you know what was up with those floating heads, by the way? Because, like, dude...
Yeah, they're fucked. Let's go.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. So he gets on his skateboard and starts to skate alongside you guys.
Also, kind of like as we're hurrying down the hallway, Dainty looks over and says,
By the way, what year is it to you?
What? Dude, your unicorn can talk. That's fucking dope, dude.
Yes, what is the year?
It's 2023. What are you talking about?
Let's go.
Then why are you wearing Chenkos?
Dude, these are
that
like
was gonna be the...
these are like totally vintage, man. Dude, these are the best. Are they like Are they like so dope? I found them in a store here. Isn't this great? Do you know how
Yeah.
much these go for on like eBay, dude?
No. Let's get you to an eBay.
I don't either. I was hoping
oh,
you would.
Let's go.
Oh, okay.
Are there any more posters around?
So as you're walking along, let me grab the map here. So as you're walking along, and as he's skating along, let's see,
Stop skating! You're too loud.
What? So you do see?
They don't seem to. Sound draws their attention. We need to be quiet. The floating heads will come, and they'll attack you, or call the cops, or steal your drugs.
I don't know,
All bad
dude.
things.
Those things are like so not chill, dude. Like
They're not. Their number one goal, you're mellow, they want to harsh it.
no joke,
Yeah.
dude. Like they keep saying the meanest shit. I mean, like, they're talking about like how bad my haircut is, and like it's whatever, man. Like it's fine. I did it myself in the backyard. Like I give a shit, right? Like what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, you did good, but keep your voice down.
I don't care. It's fine. They could say whatever.
Yeah, but you keep your voice down.
Oh, me keep. Okay, I'm sorry, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
no, yeah,
do
no.
you know that you're a little dude?
I am a little dude.
You're like a little kid. Like what?
Yeah, and I'm a talking unicorn.
Yeah, like that's wild. How's what? And they're
Alright,
like,
alright.
what? Oh yeah, right. We're gonna be
Mission
quiet.
stay on task.
So as he's doing all of that, so you pass by like an Apple store, let's say, and outside, of course, the store itself is locked up tight as a bank vault. There's nobody getting in or out, but outside there is a little plastic display easel for a poster advertising some kind of wearable. There's a picture of a man in a tailor-cut gray suit. He's got his hands in his pockets, his head down, looking down, his shirt tucked in, and the focus of the composition seems to be on his belt. So you assume that the wearable is the belt.
Is it an actual Apple store? Like selling, what, computers?
It is a
Circuit City.
it is not an Apple store because
Yeah, I'm trying to
Apple-
figure out the timeline.
I need
yeah.
another 6100. All right.
It's I guess would be like what was the place that just went out of business, like
Radio Shack.
Brookstone
It's
or
a Radio
whatever.
Shack, please.
Yeah, like a Radio Shack kind of a place. Yeah. Yeah. So but anyway, he's got like this, this belt thing that seems to be the focus of the composition, and he's just kind of looking down at his crotch, and that's all that's all the poster has.
So it can't see us because it's looking down. Can I try and like quietly approach it and then like strike a match over to it?
Yes. Roll plus cool.
Oh no!
It's really cool.
I got a -1 cool.
Well, you're trying to play it cool, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you're just-
yeah. I mean,
It's
I'm.
not
set this on
cool. That's
fire.
actually really hot.
That is really. Yeah. I don't know if you know this about fire.
Fire,
there,
fire
Fairman.
is hot.
Let's see. Let's hope for the best here.
In every sense of the word.
Wait, what is this? I completely forgot about an extra spell I took. I'll have to look at that later.
Uh-ohs.
Where's the cool? Oh, there. No. What the heck?
Top.
You trying to figure out like how to do that?
You can click on your stats up
I'll just
above.
click on any. Yeah, I was just.
Or act under pressure.
cool.
You could roll for act under pressure.
Yeah, I just said that. It's
While
can't be
working with
good.
fire.
Experience.
yeah.
I think this
Yes.
is the first experience we've gotten this entire round.
So
This entire game.
so
Yay,
do
experience.
Speak for yourself.
mark experience. Oh, that's
Oh,
true.
you did. Okay, yeah.
You got some not for failing, but for some of your abilities. All right, so you go up and you try to be very subtle. Walk up to this poster, start to strike a match underneath the poster, and there is this flicker. The flicker is not what you've seen before. It isn't that shade. It's just that suddenly there is this silly putty style blob that kind of is shaped like the man in the advertisement, kind of falls out of it and lands on top of you essentially, and deals you 2 harm.
Whoa. Easy there, buddy.
Just vomit all on you. Spectral
Can I?
nonsense.
It is not. I mean, it is a physical form when it hits you. Like it is. It feels like you got a big old thing of Jello landing on you.
Is this a thing where I can use the protect someone ability to try and negate some of that harm?
Sure. Yeah.
Or am I too late for that?
No. Well, let's go ahead and do that. Roll to protect someone. So roll plus tough.
Oh, yeah.
10. All right. So on a 10 plus, you choose. You can suffer a little harm, which means that you will take 1 less. All the impending danger is focused on you. You can inflict harm on the enemy, or you can hold the enemy back.
So if I did the all impending danger now focused on me, Alexis still takes the harm, but now the thing is focused on me. Is that how that works?
So you'll take the harm now.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I can take that.
Yeah. So
Hey.
you'll take that 2 harm instead, and you get to choose if you suffer a little less harm, if the future danger is focused on you, if you're harming the enemy, or if you're holding him back.
I'm going to take that, so it'll be 1 because of my armor, I believe. And so I'll take that harm, and I want the attention on me.
Got it. Excellent.
So I guess as soon as it kind of like gets ready to lock down, I'm gonna try and just like reach my hand into the Jello and just like pull it back towards me and say,
Please leave my friend alone.
Yeah, I like that. I think you like swap places maybe with Alexis as it's falling. Now you see this happening, and you kind of pull Alexis back and get in the way. This thing falls on you, but it was preparing to fall on a much smaller, less prepared creature. So it lands on top of Von Steelman, does a lot less harm, and it is now trying to sort of wrestle with you, if you will. What do you guys
I'll
do?
take that opportunity to pull out go ahead and ignite. Since it's on top of me, I'm going to try and use my big magic repulsor ray to try and blast the fuck out of it.
Oh, heck yeah. All right, go for it.
Or not repulsor ray, that would be what do we call that? Chesticles? I don't remember.
That's it, yep. That's what we're calling
I put my chesticles on him.
I think we flavored that as like as like the destructive genius thing, I think, right?
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Because that's, I think, does more damage than the big magic.
I like it. Ooh! I'm not getting any experience, though.
No, but you were kicking some serious butt. So on a 10 plus, you're doing 2 harm, and you get to pick 2 of those hideous effects. So you can retain additional uses for the future of the mystery. You can... Yeah, you see all the things. I can tell you all the stuff.
I didn't see the retain thing.
Well, it may be used up to 3 times is one of the effects.
Okay.
Like, so you could try it. You could use it again in the future. You could add 1 harm area, 2 harm, messy, fire, 4 harm.
Yeah, I think I'll hold on to it and just to see how much damage it'll do. See if I can take that with still holding some of the energy back.
Yeah. So you do get to pick 2 of them, though. So you can pick do you use up to 3 times and then another one? You want to do, or was that the 2 harm? You want to do the plus 2 harm?
Oh, I see.
For
well, messy heavy. I think that would affect Alexis, given our proximity. So I just will
messy.
Harm area.
Yeah, area would mean it would affect you guys. Messy just means that you'd get, it would like goo or blood or whatever would get.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
I
Alright,
love
sure.
getting
Let's
guts and stuff
just-
everywhere.
All in my face. My holes are protected.
That's right. You got to protect your hole. So this thing falls on you, and your chest, the little lions on your chest power up, and there's this explosion that is dampened by this thing that is on top of you, and it just splatters everywhere. It gets all over you, all over the poster, all over Alexis, and all over your new friend as well, who goes, dude, what is this? And he's like, it doesn't taste good, dude, don't eat it. I don't like it.
The chicken replace those Jenkos on eBay for $67.50.
Oh, nice.
Is this thing now just a big puddle?
Oh yeah, you obliterated it.
Excellent.
This seems like
Wait,
this was something
thanks,
different than the
Yeah.
ghost. This is something else.
That was weird. I hope that was a bad guy.
All right, so
All the ghosts are like, well, that's the innocent person we were trying to find and kill. So I guess we'll leave now. What the heck was that? Do you have anything to detect what kind of material this is?
I don't believe I have anything with me. But perhaps we should continue.
Alright. I
I
don't
think
know
Von Steuben's
why.
just kind of like getting himself up and
I feel like I
getting all
would
the
like.
goof off.
Well, I guess we're covered in it. I was gonna say like get a container and like scoop some of it up just for, I don't know.
well, that's what you got
Examining
boob mug.
later or
that's what you
something?
got the boob mug for, isn't it?
Yeah.
The what?
Yeah.
The boob mug,
Boob
isn't
mug.
that what you got the boob mug?
Oh wait, no, that's not for work. Sorry.
Yeah,
Pretty established.
I pull it out. I pull out the boob mug, and I'm just like, I have to solo you so quickly. I expected that later. All right, and he scoops up some of the goop.
Dude,
Just joking. I want to establish that Alexis, he's not really like a horny boy. So his whole thing, you know, him being sort of stuck this way, kind of partially as a child. It's pre those kinds of feelings,
Okay.
and he never really developed any sort of like, I'm attracted to anything or anyone.
Okay, I gotcha.
He did grab the mug specifically because he thinks it's funny.
Of course.
Because he has a childish sense of humor.
Of course. Well, as you're doing that, James. Oh, sorry. That's the guy's name. He goes, dude, I told you it doesn't taste good, dude. You don't want to save it.
Do you want a soup?
No, it's all over, bro. If I wanted to do it, I could just eat it. I don't want it. It doesn't taste good.
Alright.
Well,
Alright. More for me. Let's
Yeah.
keep walking.
alright, dude.
So, why are we on the map now? I want to know if we're getting close to our boy.
You're getting closer to the center, so you are.
Do we hear them at all yet, or there's been a bit of commotion? I'm assuming.
There's been commotion on both.
I like it. I think that if we heard commotion, we would probably double time. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, actually, the bit of the commotion, the way that these timelines have overlapped, is that the time from when you saved your little skater friend to was the point at which that the weightlifter poster came after Marcos and Winnie. So So that's the overlap, and so you guys destroying this creature here. You've traveled much less distance, but you're walking much more deliberately, slowly, and fighting as you go. So you've taken a lot longer than has Marcos, and so you do hear at this point, you hear shouting and running and so forth. And as you take off and come around the corner, cresting around that kind of orange bit, the bend in the L, you see Marcos running alongside a teenage girl carrying a bat and being pursued by a levitating Victoria's Secret model.
Okay. Well, then we're gonna really. I mean, I'm assuming that at that point we both. But I'll speak for myself and say that I'm gonna haul ass in that direction and try. And as my chest is still like pulsing with energy, I'm just gonna try and get close and get in range to not hit them and see if I can hit the ghost, the Victoria's Secret model, right in the boobs.
Heck yeah.
You're aiming for the boobs?
It's coming from my chest. It only makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense to me as well. So go ahead and roll for that's a plus weird, I believe. Yeah.
Do I still am I able to hold? May use up to 3 times. Am I able to use that now? So do I need to? I guess I should re-roll that, huh?
So yeah, roll. Yeah, so you'll want to roll again. Yeah.
I got you. Wow.
Man.
Wow. Okay.
Crazy.
Fantastic rolls. All right. So you are able to hit it. Tell me what 2 effects you're using.
So, 2 harm messy, and then, and fire. That sounds fun.
All right. So it
Fire and
streaks over Marcos and Winnie's head and slams into the ghost for 4 harm. It's pretty messy. There's a loud explosion. It says loud right in the name. There are bits of debris that scatter everywhere. What emerges from the cloud is a somewhat more tattered version of the model. There's no gore because it isn't a physical creature, but you can see that sort of inky blackness seeping through some of the joints, through the shoulder, through her midsection. You can see, there's bits of that spectral energy that seems to be holding it together, showing through. She flies in, she flies down towards Winnie and Marcos and tries to swing, I guess tries to do that scream again, but before she's going to try and glom on, like try and grab onto Winnie from behind, and that's what she's trying to do.
Is she close to Winnie now? Like if is she grabbing on her or something like that, or do I just want to know how disruptive my next move should be.
I'll give you a chance because Von Steelman had a pot shot, right? So yeah, I'll give you a chance before she gets close. You can have an opportunity to react to the situation that you see when you came around the corner as well, and then we'll resolve.
Is she still? Is the model on fire as a result of the
There's
effect?
like wisps of fire drifting around her form. It's unclear if it's affecting her or not, but there were like from your attack there is some residue.
Okay. Then all right, I want to cast a spell.
Yeah.
Along with what do you call it? the extra harm. So kind of
The hex.
same as before, but it looked like the fiery stuff worked out all right. So he's gonna summon some hellfire for an attack.
Okay.
And let's see, it is. Okay.
Holy cow.
So yeah, he just gets ready and fills one of his hands up with a big old fiery ball and hurls it over at the spirit.
All right. So as she's zooming down to try and swoop in like a bird of prey onto Winnie and Marcos, the balls comes in and catches her in the midsection, and the spirit sort of is eviscerated from the midsection outward. There's this blast of that same black inky energy and tendrils, and you hear this awful shrieking sound, and you can see a few stores down out of a Victoria's Secret. You see those kind of fireworky tendrils emerging. Presumably that's where the poster was. And
It's time for a fire sale.
That's hot.
that's
like that.
phenomenal. So Winnie is like, "Who the fuck are you guys? What is this? You're like
Quick question. Are they,
yeah.
are they still, are we in proximity with each other? Are we,
Yeah. You guys
like
have,
close
you
to each
guys
other
have-
now? Okay.
Yeah, you guys have met back up at this point.
Don't worry about who we are. You won't remember this. Now, let's go.
I'm pretty sure I'll remember you. You're a talking unicorn. You're so cool. Where did you get that from? Can I have one?
No, I made it.
Oh, that's awesome. I want to learn how to do that. Will you teach me?
Yeah, you're not gonna remember this.
You keep saying that. I don't like that.
We gotta figure out how to stop more of these things. I mean, basically, it seems like any picture with a person in it is gonna pop out as a ghost.
Is question. Did we say that the like ability to see different spectrums of light was related to that machine specifically, or is that something that would be something that like a magic ability that might be able to be used?
The machine. No,
The thought is to look for like like scan for different light just to see if there's like some ultraviolet light somewhere concentrated. We're trying to find the source of this
Yeah.
one. What's supposedly just seems to be like one entity that's taking all of the like visages and using them.
If not, there's
Or at least
maybe
that's
there's
my thinking.
something else like that we can
What,
try.
yeah, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, I'd, since we've got a number of people here, and I have a boob mug full of some of the person goop. I don't know. Though I was thinking, maybe I can cast some kind of a spell, a big magic spell, and use all of the people present here to try to figure out either the source of it or a way to see where all the potential something or others are. The ghosty spirits.
Okay, yeah. Here's what I'll say before. I don't know that you necessarily will need to figure out where they are, because you did tune into it before, and so what I would suggest is just roll a tune in roll for Alexis, because So that would give you a 1.
Did you take? You haven't taken any harm, have you?
No,
Alexis.
because of years use.
So what
That
I'll
would've been
say,
helpful.
as you are, as you guys are sort of like contemplating and like taking inventory, trying to figure out what your plans or what what your next move ought to be. You're doing so sort of just outside, just south is where you ended up of that entry, that foyer, and you hear this very eerie laughing from the foyer, and echoes and reverberates through the mall, and you look, and floating below the chandelier you see that model from the poster that you saw in the entryway, the one that initially charged you and separated you. And she says, in a hissing, sybilitic voice, she says, "Ugly and stupid too." And
You don't have any mirrors in this place, do you?
oh damn. So that gives her pause. You can see that she starts to like rush forward with this hunger in her eyes, and she's like, "What?"
So you look confused. I meant to say you're really fucking ugly.
What? How dare you?
That's very good.
She roll
An intimidation check.
yeah, right? No, roll
Wait, no, I have a better idea.
Oh,
to,
tell me
to
your
help
better
with
idea.
what you're doing right now.
I want to laugh too at everything he says.
I step in and I jump off of that, seeing that it's obviously affecting the ghost thing. And I say, "Yeah, I've seen a lot of dead things, and you're by far the worst one here." Obviously, the confidence has kind of come back now that I have my spectral bestie and my science bestie.
Right.
I feel a bit safer.
And then I'm laughing, and I just like nudge over at my new hi buddy, and I'm just like, we're just pointing and laughing and having a good old cackle.
I'm not done. And I go on and I say, "For being in such beautiful posters, you certainly don't have any of that beauty. For being so dead, you certainly are sticking around a lot. So how about you just actually drop dead and leave us the hell alone?
Okay.
I have dark desires now. Let me manipulate them into
Okay.
dying
Into dying. Okay, all right.
or leaving. Whatever gets them to go away."
All right.
Or letting us go.
So manipulate someone. Not bad. Can the someone help me here? Because technically,
I would like to help
Dainty
you
did
out if I
the-
could.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
And
definitely.
Dainty would like to chime in for the last bit of help to say,
It seems like you are the one who are pursuing what you can't possess.
That's very good. I just join in all the years. I don't have any funny lines.
I mean, laughing helps a little bit.
Yeah.
all Von Steelman does is just try and be in between the bad guy and everyone else, just kind of step forward and stoically stand.
All right, so roll to help out there, Stillman, which I believe is a plus cool.
Oh,
Hey, you know what? It works.
It was enough.
yeah.
Your hope grants them +1, but you also expose yourself to some danger, which is about right, narratively speaking.
That's what I wanted.
So, go ahead.
I figured a way I might help as well, while they are clearly kind of torn up inside. I kind of want to try and cast the banish spell. From the spell effects, banish a spirit or curse from a person, object, or place it inhabits. So, I don't know if that just would kick it out of the mall. So, maybe that's not the best idea.
It's very, very interesting.
I've
What I will
been trying to
say,
look for an opportunity to use that too.
what I will say is that the effect of Marco's manipulation is that you all can feel. You realize that since you stepped in here, you have felt this enforced stillness, similar to when you walk into a humidor or a similarly enclosed, climate-controlled space, such that it's been physically clear to you that you are isolated in some way. And when you all stand up to the creature, I guess, but specifically when Marcos, when you use your manipulation on her, you feel that weaken and start to lift, similar to like if you've ever been in a sauna and you're near the door and someone opens the door and you feel that blast of cool air. It feels a bit like that. So I think that opens up the possibility for you to be able to do that. What I'll say is that it's gonna be a more of a big magic thing, and same thing because you have the people, right? So it's gonna take all 5 of you together to do this, all of your energy and confidence together to do this. So roll, Alexis, roll plus weird, roll to use magic, and try to banish the creature. Okay. On a 7 to 9, it works imperfectly. Choose your effect and a glitch. Your effect was to banish spirit or curse.
We are technically helping out. Though,
Oh,
yeah.
but you did say you're talking about we're talking about a big magic here. Yeah, go ahead and let's. Yeah, you don't need to roll actually to help out. You've got too many people there for that to even make sense. So what happens is the 5 of you are sort of standing there. Unintentionally, as it transpires, you are standing in an ascribed pentagram. The way that you're all standing, you are all square-shouldered, looking at this ghost as Alexis begins to chant James, or J-Bomb to his friends, your little stoned friend standing next to you. He's like, dude, yeah, and tries to mimic your incantations. Winnie is pounding the bat on the ground. Everyone's sort of getting into it. The magic builds.
Dainty is just laughing and laughing and pointing and laughing.
Dainty, the ultimate mean girl.
I like the visual of sort of as we're all standing there, a pentagram of sorts does show up in between us, and then energy flows to them, to everybody standing there, and then basically a ghastly version of themselves kind of shoot out, like kind of laughing the entire way over to just like taunting and jeering and you're hideous or whatever as they're hurtling towards her.
Love it. So this 5, and they spiral through the air, these 5 manifestations of your spirits, right? This the child that's not a child, right? The robot man who's not who's with a unicorn, the man who's in a weird pararomantic relationship with a monster. And these two like stoned teenager skater kids that happen to be there, spiraling through the air. It slams into the square in the chest, right? Pushing.
I want to say that the big leader, the loud one of them all, is Marcus's character. You know, as the leader of this kind of whole jeering her into oblivion.
Yeah.
Is like the one that sort of like, you know, takes her down with the help of everybody else around it.
Yeah, you're right. He as it comes around, as the pentagram is spiraling, as it slams her in the chest, it's like the Marcos version is like right in her face, like, you just shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of here. and just pressing against her, it pushes her, and she gets smaller and smaller. She recedes out those double doors, screaming. The whole, just absolutely screaming the whole way, and sucked out the door, and there's that same familiar calm. There's that popping sound.
Oh shit!
And then the doors burst open again. And a very harried-looking, burly guy with a big beard and holding this massive, ridiculous sword comes like Cloud, ridiculous, comes like barreling through. Is it over?
Who the fuck is that?
And that is where we went.
Wait. I guess you could say she's going out of business.
Hey.
Freeze frame and fun credit music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in our previous episodes, we've covered what the correction did right away. We are not going to do that this time. We are actually no. We're on a post-credit scene. So after the fun credits roll, we come back to
Ant-Man is there.
To Samuel L. Jackson walks in. It's just getting started. No, the five of you, well, six of you now, you're all kind of standing there, and there's this, I'm sure, this like really weird like tension and awkwardness as everyone's kind of staring at the guy who just walked in, and the two teenagers are kind of looking around bewildered, and James goes, dude, that was weird, and then Winnie looks at Alexis, and then looks at Marcos, and then looks at von Steelmen, and she says, "So, are you gonna teach me how to make that unicorn now?" And that's where we'll pick up next time.
Bum bum ba.
Crazy. Because we solved it in some kind of temporal dilation of some sort. This is wild.
They remember.
Maybe.
Who knows? It's post-credit scene.
That's right. You have to go buy a ticket to the next movie to know. No.
We got some new employees, guys. Some interns.
Yeah.
I love. Is it James? Is it?
Yes. So.
Sorry.
James and Winnie.
Yes, James and Winnie.
Winnie the Swole.
Winnie the Swole is incredible. James, his actual last name is Blast, James Blast. So
Wow.
his friends call him J-Bomb,
That's right.
and then Winnie.
Nice. That was beautiful.
That was fun.
So then we get defeated the monster point.
Yeah,
What
we
are
need
all
to do the
thingies?
post. Yep, we're gonna do the post episode things. Let me pull that up.
Did we conclude the current mystery?
Okay, we did. Great job. We'll always
Did
get
we?
that
Because
one.
I feel like this was so disjointed from our original starting point. I don't know what the connection is yet.
Yes, you did. You did, and you
The
made-
correction happened, so
The correction happened. You did conclude it, and it will take literally. I mean, we could do it now if you want. I like the idea of having a bit of a cliffhanger to the next one.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Anka got to go to sleep.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
I want to have is that, and it'll be fun too. I like the cliffhangeriness.
you did
I wanna
conclude
know
it.
what the heck was what's up with the,
All the
string
things.
and all the face stuff and whatever,
Yep,
Did we save someone from certain death or worse?
big time.
Oh yeah.
To somebody's, I guess.
To somebody's.
Did we learn something new and important about the world? With that post
Yes,
credits
I would
scene?
say so.
We did.
Well,
The
Technically,
fact that, well, I guess it's a cliffhanger, but if we learned that there's kind of a way to bypass the forgetting thing.
Or the correction itself.
Yeah.
You
Or-
definitely have learned something new about the world. Yes.
Yeah. We don't know what the thing is.
and then
we'll
did we
know
learn
for sure.
something new and important about one of the hunters. No, but that one doesn't matter because we already got 3, 4.
You
Three.
did. You did about 2 of the hunters, I suppose, arguably, but just neither of them have been addressed on screen. So we're gonna leave them both unchecked for the moment because, as you say, it doesn't really matter. We're still gonna get the 2 XP.
Did you say 2?
Mm-hmm.
That's
You
the
get-
total we got from all of the end questions.
Yeah, you get either one if you answer yes to 2 of the
One or
1
two.
or 2 of the questions, you get 1 XP, and if you answer yes to 3 or 4 of the questions, you get 2 XP.
Okay.
And you got a jar with goop, yeah. So you will next time I want to open in media res for a pre-credit scene, I guess, of the sort of wrap up, because we need to address Winnie and James, but also I also want to give Marcos, I want to give Javon time to think about how Marcos would respond. I don't want to put you on the spot for this, but how Marcos
I already
would
had a
respond.
reply.
I figured you would, but I want to give a time for that scene to breathe as well. So we're gonna do that as like a pre mystery scene, and we'll deal with all of that next time, and then have have next episode.
Sweet.
Thank you guys so
Thank
very
you.
much
That was
for being
amazing.
here. Apologies for the
dude, that was so fun.
I had a blast. I apologize for the audio issues for the folks on stream. I know there was a stretch there where we couldn't hear everyone. Hopefully it wasn't too long. I'm not sure when my OBS screwed up, but regardless, I love you all. Thank you all for being here, and I will see you all soon.
All right. Thank you. See ya.
Okay, bye.
Protect your goals.
Yeah, protect your holes, people.